8 o'clock, April 11, 2026. I'm calling to the order of the budget work session this beautiful morning. And thank you all for coming this early morning. I know it's not easy. It could be with your family having fun in a beautiful day, but you decided to come here. That calls dedication. I want to begin by thanking staff for putting together this work session and also for the breakfast. Latoya, Yvette, I'm sure there are so many other people involved. Can I give them a round of applause, please? It's awesome. It's a lot of work behind the scene. I also want to thank staff, in particular Kenny and also Shannon, for putting together this budget. It's been a long process, a lot of hard work. I know our council member, including myself, kept them very busy over the past 2 weeks, dumping all the questions on the big budget, and we ruined their weekend last weekend. I'm very sorry for that. But you did a fantastic job. There are 72 pages of question and answers. 77, okay. I was underestimating. That's a lot. And you did a very, very timely fashion. Again, I was blown away, all the hard work you guys did. So thank you. And that will make our life a lot easier this morning, because I hope we'll not have many, many questions from us, because hopefully. Speaking of that, we'll be going through all the presentations, starting with City Manager Mr. Young's presentation, and then with the departmental's presentation. What I hope we'll be having, instead of instead of making lots of comments, let's focus on questions which haven't been answered. Maybe you could mute that. Yeah. Thank you. With that, I'll hand it over to Kenny Young with the budget overview. Thank you, Kenny.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, residents, College Park. I want to again thank all of you for your time, for the one-on-one sessions you had with myself and staff to talk about the needs that you see for the budget. I also want to thank the residents of College Park who participated in our 2 public sessions and provided feedback to the council, as well as those that have written in and called and provided their feedback. This morning, I just want to go through the agenda for us, just an overview. Mr. Olive will provide for us. He'll go through both the overview and the general fund revenue for the year, and then we'll outline the new position requests that are coming in. We actually then have a time for a 10-minute break in there. We have a debt service fund discussion. We'll have a general fund expenditures by department. So each department that will be here will present. We'll have another 10-minute break, which we've programmed in, and then we have our capital projects fund and CIP fund, which we scheduled about an hour and a half for, and then mayor and council discussion, and then we're closing and adjourning. One of the things I'd ask how we plan to kind of go through this is after we've gone through each department, if you have questions related to the presenter or the department that we're going through, we'd ask that you do it at that time. I think it's better than when it's kind of fresh and it's kind of gone through and the people are still here. Then they'll go through that. Obviously, at the end, you may still have some other questions that, in general, that you weren't able to ask. But we're going to try and keep on time this morning as we go. This budget process was very unique in that we have a number of new staff that are on board our team, And so it's our team's first go at this, as well as a number of new council members as well. I'll go ahead at this point and turn it over to Mr. Olive, and he'll go through the first part of the agenda.
Good morning, everyone, and we'll jump right into it. And I want to start with, I passed out these sheets, so each one of you should have a copy of it with you. And what these are, just some small changes that were brought up by each of you through your questions that we needed to, relook at and make some adjustments to. So the first sheet is the parking garage maintenance. It was brought up about the EV charging fees, and I spoke with our accounts receivable, and that's coming in at about $250 a month. So we did go back and change that and put in that revenue of $3,000 to offset into that budget. The next one is the communication special events. The cell phones were not included in that budget, so we went back, talked to them, and came up with the number. I think it's about $40 per line that we have per month, and so it came out to a $3,500 increase in the communications budget and toward the bottom line of that one. The next one is in the city managers. We have to absorb COG as it is, and they are discontinuing paying for that, so we have to absorb the cost for that, which is
excuse me, could you explain what are you saying in regards to just absorbing COG regards to?
Yeah, they are stopped paying for it, and they're passing that cost on over to the to each of the municipalities that participate in it, and it's the mass notification system.
Yeah,
Sure.
They used to get a grant from the federal government to pay for it, and those all got eliminated. So a number of those programs all have to be picked up by the jurisdictions that make up OCOG.
And that for our annual cost that will be added because of that is $36,080, and so that was added to the city manager's budget to cover that cost. And before I move to the mayor and councils, each of these are offset by the contingency that was in the city managers to keep us at a balanced budget for the year. So there is no bottom line change except for some increase in cost, but it was offset by that contingency that was lowered. The next one is, of course, the mayor and council, and I think you'll hear more about that shortly. With the second one from the top under operating is the CP Cup funding was increased. If you wish to do that, this is what the effect of that would be, and I know she will tell us more about that shortly. And the last one is the summary. Because of these changes, of course, it does change the, each of the departments' actual proposed budget that were just mentioned. And the other one that I need to speak about is 2025 actual that is in the summary. Whenever I brought those actual numbers over, I did spot check all the top, making sure that those were the actual numbers for 2025, but I did miss the bottom, and they came in and were put in there as the budgeted numbers, so they were much higher than they should be, which is a good thing for us in our bottom line. And also it was talked about moving some funds from fund balance into CIP. And so that was put in there, but that was never done. And so that was actually still in that under the transfers to CIP fund, excess fund balance over 25%. And so by adjusting those numbers, which is a positive for us, it actually increased our fund balance. And so if you're going to make a mistake, that's the kind that you want to make. and these numbers on the slides have been updated for the updated numbers in the budget. So just in a short budget overview, of course, we're not raising taxes. We haven't asked to, and it's still going to remain at 0.335 for residential, and commercial is still going to remain at 0.385. And we'll go into in a minute. I have a chart that shows all the different municipalities within the county to show where we fall in line with that. In the proposed budget, we do have personnel costs are up $17.5 million, which is 62% of the expenditures for the departments. And it is up $1.6 million, which is 9.8% over last year's budget. And this does include the 3% wage adjustment that was negotiated in the contract with the union that was year before last, I believe it was. Debt service, it is a set payment that we do each year. And this year, you know, it gradually goes down, and we're looking at $1.46 million, and how this is funded is a transfer from general fund of 1.29, and the rest, to make up the rest of that 1.46 million, comes from parking meter fines, and also parking meter revenue and fines that we have that flows in there to offset, and it should come in to fill that gap between the 1.29 million to the 1.46 million. For this coming year, our debt service for the 2019 general obligation is $901,000, and the 2015 parking garage bond is $559,000, which comes to the 1.46. Which comes to the the $1.46 million bond payment that we have. In general fund, overall, the department expenditures did increase 5.6%. Well, so it's right at $1.7 million. Contingency for anything that's unknown that comes up throughout the year that is not planned for, that catches us by surprise, we have $125,000 set aside for that. Then you have your transfers for debt, and also CIP of $1.29 million for debt, and then $1.7 million for CIP. And all the directors will go into all the details of those department expenditures here shortly. Just a brief overview of CIP. I know each one of you have received this and have looked over it, and you know, just going down the list, a lot of these are, you know, we all know about and we all have talked about. So, you know, I'm sure you don't want me to sit here and read through each one of these, and we'll go into more detail of each one of those shortly. But between the balances that were left in each of these accounts and the amount that we're going to transfer from general fund, it will cover each of these expenditures that we have proposed. Moving into revenue, it is up $1.7 million over the previous year, which is 5.6%, and we're looking at general property tax of $16.3 million, and other taxes that include income tax, admissions and amusement, highway user, and hotel and motel. Comes in at 7.1. One of the ones that I noticed Councilmember Mitchell brought up at one of the meetings was the highway user. That one is still budgeted at the same amount as last year because of the information that we did receive that is flat for this year. It will come in, should come in about the same, and then it starts declining starting next year. So we'll have to, you know, budget for that next year for a declining highway user. License and permits, $1.4 million. Fines and fees at $4.5 million, and then all other revenue is $2.2 million. And speaking of the top line of the largest amount that we do receive in our revenue is from property taxes. And how this is calculated, of course, is assessed value divided by 100 and then times the tax rate. Right now, our assessed value is for residential is $1.6 billion and commercial is $2.47 billion, which is the information. I know the mayor has shown where we have some additional that could be out there that we're looking more into. I think it was more of the utilities types of assessed values, and so we are looking into that to see if that could actually increase that. But right now it stands at 4.07 billion, which is a 4% increase over last year's assessed values. For an example, a $400,000 home in College Park would pay property tax of $1,340 for the year by using the formula at the top and using our current tax rate. You know, we talked about in a previous city council meeting of the homestead tax credit cap, and we decided to leave it at 0, and which is the biggest benefit for our citizens, and so that will remain at 0%. And we do have an elderly tax credit that was also suggested by some of the council members to increase, and so we do have proposed to increase that to $200 over last year's amount. And as I talked about just a few minutes before, the municipal, property tax rates, as you can see, College Park has moved to the lowest in the county at 0.3350. And then even our our commercial rates at 0.3850 are in the top 5, or the lowest 5. So we're really low whenever it comes to any of our property taxes. So we're really holding it low and still be able to provide the services and that everyone does expect within the city of College Park. So I think we're doing a really good job with the amount of money that we do bring in and keeping our rates really low. Moving to the positions that are requested for this coming year, we did to provide the increase in services and also to the capacity of increasing each year. We are proposing 4 new full-time positions and then 1 part-time position. And each of the directors will talk more about the specifics and ins and outs of each of these positions and their actual job duties whenever their time comes up. And, but going through these, youth and family are looking for a full-time emergency support specialist. This is being done by taking some of the positions, moving them to contract, and also taking a part-time and doing away with a part-time position and turning it into a full-time position. So it's not at a great cost, except we do, shift some of the costs to contractual instead of it being in wages. But she'll explain more of that whenever her time comes. Another new position is the housing project manager that I know a lot of the council members talked about and wanted to include in our current budget. So that one was decided to be asked for and proposed in this budget. And so economic development is where that position would be assigned to, and Michael will talk more about that shortly also. And also with Duval Field being finalized and coming online, there'll be a lot of coordination with events and things going on at Duval Field. So a recreation coordinator was also suggested to be able to keep schedules and being able to line up events going on at Duval Field, and which is going to be We spend a lot of money on it, so we want to be able to use it and efficiently use it as much as we possibly can. And then also in engineering and public works, they are asking for a engineering tech / GIS analyst, and to be added to the engineering staff, which I think is made up of 2 people right now. So take that to 3 in the engineering. So, and they'll speak more of that shortly. And also Youth and Family is asking for a part-time bus driver. They currently have 1, and then they have a bus that is sitting idle most of the time, so they want to be able to put that to use. And since we do have that asset of a bus sitting there, to be able to use that for the citizens and provide those services for them.
Any questions to this point?
Yeah, the positions are already been covered. Any questions on the positions or the presentation on general fund revenue so far, what Shannon mentioned?
Okay, we'll move on to the department expenditures by department, and we're going to start off with the administration, mayor and council's budget, which can be found on pages 34 to 37 in the budget book. We're looking at an increase of approximately $93,000 compared to FY '26. Some of the highlights in here, we have our fire department grants to our 3 volunteer fire departments that service College Park at $25,000 apiece for a total of $75,000. We have our public school education grants at $152,000, and we have emergency assistance grants at $150,000, and our restorative justice line item $150,000. Those are the major functions there. Any questions? Good. And then we have the. You're good? Then we have, so if we're okay with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the city manager's budget. That's what I thought.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How much of this, and I don't know if I just missed the breakdown, was the internship programs? I know that we had, recently regenerated the program or started funding it, and I was wondering what the line was for the council members specifically, or is that going to be in the mayor and council one?
That is in HR's budget, if I'm not mistaken, and then the individual department.
The interns?
Sorry, I missed. What they're asking.
I'll ask it again. And if it's in your budget, ma'am, then we can. I can. The question can wait.
The interns for mayor and council is in the mayor and council's budget.
Okay, so then yes. Do you know how much is currently allotted for the program?
It's $10,000 for the fiscal year.
And that's how many interns per district?
1 intern per district.
Okay, and if we were going to, for whatever reason, make it 2 interns per district, would that just be a doubling of the current existing budget, or would that be something smaller? I don't know how much it costs to run the program.
Maybe a doubling, or it depends on how much the intern is getting paid.
I would think that the pay would stay the same, but just that we would double it.
Well, graduate and undergrad is a different hourly rate.
Okay, fantastic. 10,000. Got it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Could I just follow up? Which line item is that under?
Give me just a second. So under stipends at the top, under the second one down.
Could I have a follow-up question regarding, and thank you, Councilman Hernandez. I think for most of us, we would like to see the increase so that some of us may want to have an intern for ourselves for a proposed project, not being causing any kind of consternation for our other council colleagues, but there's some things that are very specific and that we are trying to achieve. So,
Yeah, where my question comes from is mostly it's really difficult to coordinate with a lot of the working professionals that we have on council, let alone just. I mean, I'll just blame myself for having multiple jobs. So I think it could be beneficial, and I ask my colleagues to consider this. I know that we'll have a conversation a little later, but making it available for there to be 2 interns per district so that each council member has the opportunity to help with the professional growth. I also think that with the federal government internships kind of going away for whatever reason, this gives our students, particularly, I mean, the most predominant ones that are going to be present are the University of Maryland students, an opportunity to learn a little bit more about local government and participate in the political process. But thank you.
And if I can follow up on that too, then, so what I hear also then, if a department has an intern, that would come under their budget
Yes,
specifically.
yes.
Yeah. It is a good discussion, and we'll have an opportunity to adjust the budget at the end of this conversation. So at that point, we can make those requests and adjustments.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to better understand the
Yeah.
information. I think that's what we were asked. We were asked to do, right? Ask the questions
questions now.
during the department. Yes.
Yes, you're doing great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to make sure, so this thing that's under COG, is that covers the new thing, or was that our old dues?
It's nothing new. It's actually ongoing programs that have always been in place.
Okay.
It's just the funding revenues are different, in which, since we lost the federal grant that used to cover these,
Okay. I get it now.
that we have to all pick it up, and those are more regional projects in nature. And I can go into that in a second.
Thank you. Dan.
I had a question that submitted that I wanted to just follow up on regarding the special dinners budget. So the idea of creating a Route 1 corridor coalition, if we want to pursue that, does the special dinners budget provide enough resources to make that happen, or would more money be required? And if more money would be required, how much?
Yeah, that's plenty to cover it. We don't see that as a big lift for us to be able to do and handle under that budget.
Probably one meeting every year, maybe.
A couple.
Just-
Yeah, we could do a couple, no problem.
Thank you. That's a good question. All right. Seeing none. Let's go ahead.
All right, we'll press on. The next is the city manager's budget, and it actually, in my budget book, it has it starting at page 40. Yours may start at page 38, 39.
Sorry, just I had one other question on the public school education grants. I saw what was provided relating to the literacy programs, and just wanted to understand, is that the only program? I think that was under that one. Is that the program at the elementary school? Were there other activities under the literacy budget, or was that the only activity?
Yes, the program at Hollywood Elementary is the only literacy program. It is for amplified tutoring at Hollywood Elementary.
I think the other thing that comes out of that line item is some scholarships as well. And anything else, Ms. Shannon?
Yes, that line item covers the public school education grants, which we provide to usually about 10 elementary schools, a literacy program, the Education Advisory Committee, books for College Park Day, and also the summer camp scholarships that we offer up to $400 per residence for a camp session.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just really quickly, the lobbying fees for the 54,000, is that just Mr. Lanucci, or is that also for some of the other organizations that for whatever reason lobby?
Yeah, so we have Len Lucci, who does our state lobbying. We have Tony Perez that does lobbying on behalf of us with the county, the Board of Education, and which one am I missing? Maryland Park and Planning. So they do assist us with issues that come up from time to time on those. So those are the two that it covers.
Okay, Tony Perez does Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I have an item for him.
Everything at the county level.
Yeah, no, okay, all right. Because I think there was some lobbying from MML, and I don't know if we were paying into additional fees for that. Okay. If there's not, then we don't have to.
No, and actually that was one of the reasons why we don't. They didn't want to contribute to PGCMA. Yeah. All right, I'll go ahead and go on to the city manager's budget. For the most part, it's up $172,000 compared to FY 2026. Adjusted in there this year is a full-time year with a deputy city manager and that wage adjustment. We also have a little bit of an increase in training, our dues, our cell phones, due to adding in the deputy city manager, the assistant city manager, as well as our equity officer, and I'm forgetting the other one that we have under here. Executive assistant, so as well as Latoya's costs, my executive assistant, for her training and development as well. So we're trying to bring in everybody's training under one umbrella within my particular area. One of the major things in there as well was the idea that we may move the housing position based on kind of our further discussions with council, but we can do that. We'll do that at a later date. I wanted to, I think I got myself a little bit out of order here. All right. So I guess we do have that fine. The other area that we have is the city attorneys, which is found on page 44.
Mr. Young, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
On line item number 547100 on page 39, clothing, and you took that out completely for 27, or you decreased it back to $200? Clothing and uniforms.
No, we actually added it in. It was out last year. It's actually the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the equity, inclusivity and outreach coordinator position, 100% of that salary is now under city manager.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Where was it before?
It was in HR.
So it's just a shift.
So you said you took out PGCMA dues, or not?
No, we left the
Okay,
dues were small. They were small enough
Okay,
that
just leave them
in case the council changes their mind and they actually, or the PGCMA changes their mind and actually does an audit, and so we wanted to leave that flexibility in there. We thought it was a small amount that it's really not going to affect the overall budget that much. So we, city attorney, page 44. up 4% or $11,000 compared to FY '26. Per our contract with our firm, the rate increase is about $25 per hour, which kind of brings it in line with where other law firms are charging for these like services. It also includes, at least the line item also includes any fees that we pay to Ms. Ferguson. She still represents us on our PEPCO initiatives and a few other things where when Ms. Anderson has a conflict with her particular firm, Ms. Ferguson will step in and help and assist us on some projects. But those are usually the only two. All of our other attorney fees really come out of our HR budget and our fees to I'm forgetting the name. What's the name of our carrier? Legit. I'm sorry. Local Government Insurance Trust. Any questions?
Sing, huh? Go ahead.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask Susan Hartman is here, and she's here with CP Cup. Give her opportunity to kind of talk about their budget. Unlike the departments that get to come before you often, they don't have the opportunity, and so we wanted to extend her the ability to come on and have a discussion with you all.
What's the page number, CP?
Good morning, everyone. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's an absolute pleasure to speak with you today. I'll keep it brief because I've been told that there's a huge work session and a big agenda for the day. I wanted to talk with you all today to talk a little bit about, briefly, I think, about what we've accomplished over the last year. I'm really proud of our team. I'm proud of what we've pulled together. Mostly, we have a team that's coming together to support contributions to the City of College Park. I'll talk a little bit about them, but I'd also like to talk about what we are intending for the year ahead, and also to request from you all some additional support to be able to help us continue to bring high quality outcomes to the city. So I'm here to answer questions, and I'm just really pleased that you've given me time today. There's a lot of words here, and glasses. Very quickly, I won't read them all because you all know how to read, but our Community Preservation Trust, as you all know, we've been in front of you all recently with the Lakeland project that's coming forward, which is complicated, it's complex, we're excited about it. We feel like it's a triple, quadruple bottom line of meeting community, some community desires, working with the Restorative Justice Committee, and also bringing some really innovative work to College Park that is really setting the tone for some amazing partnership conversations we're having moving forward. In 2025, very quickly though, the Trust grew its portfolio to 11 properties, which includes 10 single-family homes and 1 mixed-use property, which includes 4 below-market rate graduate student units. So we're looking to be innovative, and we're looking to find ways to continue to support that work. Our Live Work College Park Down Payment Assistance Program, we partner very closely with the Planning Department to piggyback and leverage our down payment assistance program with the city's New Neighbor Grant. It's been a really effective partnership. This past year was our strongest year to date. We had 15 transactions in this past year, which is the most we've done in any year since the program began. And we also marked a huge milestone, which was our 100th home loan since the program began 10 years ago. We're really excited about that. And what we have moving forward is, with the support of our board and others, is really recognizing that while that program has been exemplary across the state, we're often called to give advice to other municipalities about how they can do this work. It's really been focused on supporting local workforce, reducing vehicle miles traveled. It supports sustainability, smart growth goals. This year, what we will be doing is adding an additional tier. What we would like to do is add an affordability tier. So this year, we will be expanding that program to include higher levels of subsidy to those who are income qualified. Our goal is to continue not only to attract folks to College Park, but ensure that we are really recognizing the increased housing costs and the rising home values here, and ensuring that we can really meet the needs of the local workforce to the best of our ability. Our goal is to hit 18 next year, which would be a 20% increase, including being able to bring more to some of those loans where there are folks who are income qualified. We're still working through the numbers on that, and we need to work with our attorney to be able to ensure that the program is compliant and that we work with our funders. But that's something we're hoping to roll out very soon, and we're excited, and we'll come to you all and present to you when that happens. We are also, and I think this is something that's kind of quiet in the background, is we've been awarded $7 million to manage stormwater management issues in the Discovery District in and around the metro station. And that is really, as I don't need to tell you all, but it's in the floodplain. And so any future development, in fact, the development that's currently there is at risk, and any future development would very much be compromised by the potential for flooding, climate change, and resilience issues more broadly. So currently there's engineering. It's kind of like a Pandora's box. You start to study it, and you realize that there's something else that needs fixing. So those studies are underway. Some of that work is going to happen, and we know that funding is really important. These are multi-year projects. They'll continue for a number of years, but we're excited to bring that. It's something that we know is important, not only to College Park, but then all of the communities downstream. So it's the water flows down towards the Anacostia. Oops, sorry. Here we go. Next up, we do have bicycle and pedestrian activities. Some of these came in. These were multi-year grants that came in 2020, 2021, and 2023. So really it takes a fair amount of time to pull together the money to be able to do some of these. But I will say, in working with the universities acting as project manager, they are excited that hopefully this fall, but certainly in the next fiscal year, there will be construction of a pedestrian bicycle access slip lane. Is the fancy term, slip lane. There will be bicycle and pedestrian access from the trolley trail along the end of the trolley trail along Campus Drive, Purple Line, to Baltimore Avenue. And then we'll be looking at improvements for the underpass under there, which is also floods regularly and has a lot of engineering concerns. So that's something that's moving forward. It's been stalled, really, as the Purple Line has moved forward. We've had to work through some property ownership issues along there, but we've moved that forward, and we're hoping that it will be constructed very, very soon. Public art, we were excited this year to be able to install The Last Goldfish, which hopefully you've seen, which not only do we think it tells a great story about Lakeland history and College Park history and the research history here at the University of Maryland, but it also provides some light on what would otherwise be a really dark block. If you're walking around at night, it's just kind of dark over there. And so we're hoping that in addition to being beautiful and being fun and being lively, that it also lights up a dark block that we know pedestrians walk through there in the evenings. And lastly, something that I know many of you have been a part of, and ongoing conversations as we start to move forward into this year, is that the University Community Vision 2030, we're halfway through the decade, so what we did is we had our committees come together and do a midpoint evaluation. Many of you have participated in that. Thank you. This is an ongoing process where we took a look at what have we accomplished in the first 5 years of a 10-year vision, what is left to accomplish, how should we ensure accountability, who's best positioned to move that forward, and also how are we able to ensure that that 10-year strategy is continuing to meet the needs of the community, or some of the interests of the community, I should say, particularly given that the first part of this decade was really quite extraordinary with the pandemic closures, and the changes that made to the community life and workforce life. So that's really exciting, and we have a lot more coming forward with that. So this is the biggest year we've ever had in terms of the accomplishments, in terms of what we've been able to turn around. We're excited about it, and hopefully you all have felt the value of that. But looking forward to 2026, which is what I want to talk to you all about today, I wanted to share with you a little bit what we're looking at for next year. With the Community Preservation Trust, we are looking to acquire and sell 7 homes this year in the coming year. We're also hiring a new housing program manager to assist with that work to ensure that we can manage, we have the capacity to manage it. We are also, as part of that, we're advancing the Lakeland Development Project, which, as I mentioned, is a multi-partnered experience, and we have a lot of work to do. That is advancing very quickly right now. I don't know the development will be complete in the next year, but that we certainly want to make huge headway to make that happen. If we can get it done in the next year, that'd be fantastic. That would be great. As I mentioned, Live Work College Park, we're looking to expand access and affordability and expanding the loan program with an income qualified tier. That is coming. I don't have the numeric details about what those loans will be. Recently, a press release from the Montgomery Housing Partnership showed that they too were looking to they were going up to $50,000 on some of their down payment assistance loans. So we're looking to see what we can manage with our current grant funding and be able to increase assistance for folks here in College Park. Placemaking, we're looking to continue supporting placemaking. Some additional county grants were just released actually yesterday. So we'll be reaching out and trying to see how we can compete for those grant awards and try to bring some of that to town. And then really looking at advancing Vision 2030 goals. And this is something that I think we have some new directions here. One of our Vision 2030 priority areas was pre-K-12 education. And our education committee, as I mentioned, and I don't have to remind any of you, we had a pandemic in the beginning of this decade, and the effects and the impacts on students, families, educators, and schools is an absolute sea change in the work that they're doing. And our education committee took a look at the goals that were in Vision 2030. We looked at data. We met for 7 months to take a look at what's out there. Our education committee includes, Councilmember Denise Mitchell is one of our chairs. It is also co-chaired by the Dean of the School of Education. And then we had a working group meet for 7 months to be able to talk about what are the education goals and outcomes that we think will be meaningful now, and what's changed really since 2019 when Vision 2030 was crafted. So this is we're actually launching a huge initiative. We're underway with this right now, and I have a couple things to share with you all. And I want to stress this is iterative, it is a work in progress, and we are listening and learning. And I think that's the key thing that is a real change for how we're working in our pre-K through 12 education space right now. What we've done is we're starting to launch an education initiative that we're framing around cradle to career outcomes. So looking at 5 benchmarks that are education outcomes related, working with the community schools locally, and looking at ways that we can support families and schools to ensure that they can meet some of their outcomes. It's less about starting new programs and more about recognizing that over our lifetime as an organization, we are connectors, we are conveners, and we are helpful at managing collective groups of folks, agencies, community stakeholders, local governments, and the university to come together around really hard, challenging issues. In 10 years, we've made huge headway in a lot of the housing space, and we're transferring some of those skills now to K-12 education. We'll be looking at 5 benchmarks. We'll be talking with community schools about this, but at a high level, it's kindergarten readiness, 3rd grade reading, 8th grade math. These are just benchmarks. High school completion, and then ultimately post-secondary enrollment within 24 years of graduation. Where are ways that we can ensure that local families whose students are in the schools feel like there's not just a great education on any given Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, but also a trajectory for success into the future. It's a big effort. It'll be a collective impact effort, and we're getting started now. One of the questions I had prior to this was which schools are we reaching out to about that? And the schools that we're reaching out to are the schools that are currently listed on the city's website as serving College Park students. As you know, we have 2 schools inside the municipal boundaries of College Park, but the schools that serve the students here go to school in schools that are outside of College Park. So the schools we're reaching out to and that we've started engaging with are Hollywood Elementary, Paint Branch Elementary, Buck Lodge Middle School, Parkdale High School, Berwyn Heights Elementary School, University Park Elementary School, Cherokee Lane Elementary School, Beltsville Elementary School, which is actually a K-8, Greenbelt Middle School, Northwestern High School, High Point High School, and College Park Academy. 11 out of the 12 are community schools and receive community schools funding from the state. We are coordinating right now focus groups with community school coordinators to listen, learn, and hear more about what their schools need, what they're seeing in their community, and to try to strategically work together to figure out how we can start to meet some of those things. I don't have all the answers, and I think that's part of the approach we're bringing to this work, is listening, learning, and figuring out how we can be most strategic to convene and connect folks to meet some of these needs. As part of that, though, I mentioned kindergarten readiness, there's a lot more to kindergarten readiness than just like dropping the kid off at school. Some of you may know in my past life, I'm an educator. I actually have a teaching credential, spent many years in the classroom, and was at the UC Berkeley Center for Cities and Schools before moving back to Maryland. One of the things we're doing now is we've been partnering with the city. We're representing the city with the National League of Cities Impact Lab on prenatal to 3 strategies to look at that foundational early years approach to what's possible in cities. We're part of a 16-city cohort. It just launched about 2 weeks ago in Pomona, California. My team, David Varnado on my team and myself are working on that. We've been working with Councilmember Mitchell. We're speaking with Ms. Barber. We're looking to coordinate with the city. And again, this is to really wrap our heads around what are some of the bigger issues, how can we move forward, and how can we strategically leverage various assets that we have here in town. We are getting technical assistance for this work, and we're already starting to reach out to researchers and technical assistance providers to help us with that. Again, that was 2 weeks ago that launched. We'll be coming back to you all. We can come back with more updates once we learn more. It's a 9-month planning process. But for us, that's, again, seeing how we can leverage resources and bring more resources and technical assistance to tackle big issues. Quickly, because I realize I've already overstayed my welcome, transportation and mobility, we're going to continue convening partners to just tackle some of the big issues that are out there. And then housing and development, our housing committee will complete its Vision 2030 midpoint evaluation, and we're going to continue the implementation of the work in that. So today, really, I'm here to talk to you all about what we're doing. We feel really strongly that we've just brought contributions to town. We're excited about that. We're excited about that work we do here. We've been managing in the last 3 years, 23 to 25. We've been managing $25.9 million in funding. So it's a lot of funding. And we're doing it on kind of a shoestring staff. We're 5 people. We don't have an office. We're at WeWork. Swing by. There's good free coffee. That's one of the perks. Or seltzer, if you prefer to be uncaffeinated. Last year, we managed $5.85 million. 95% of that was directed to capital investments in housing, infrastructure, and transportation. Doing the math, it's $18 on every $1 of investment. We've brought $18 of additional funding to town. So our request for FY27 is a little bit of an increase over the last 2 years. We've been flat in the last 2 years, largely to support operations. Our capital grants programs do not provide any funding to support the administration or oversight needed to be able to do the work of those capital grants. So $7 million in infrastructure funding, $0 can fund the attorney fees, our time, the additional insurance we needed to take out. So we just had a number of increased costs related to managing those funds. So in FY27, the request to you all for consideration today would be an increase of $10,000 this year over last year's contribution. That helps us cover expected 9% increase in health insurance costs for our staff. We have additional audit and compliance requirements. Our legal expenses have gone up considerably. Every transaction we make with Live Work College Park requires legal review and then new program funds. And then cost of living inflation, trying to make sure that our staff are able to continue to pay their rent and to continue to pay their expenses. We would also like to request continued investment in our down payment assistance programs, and that's the Live Work program. The city has annually provided $50,000 towards that program. We are able to, because there's been consistent input from the city, we've been able to leverage that with our state grant funders to say, because there's a local commitment, we are able to leverage our grant asks to the city. Most of that money to the state. Most of that money for that program is actually state funding, and we're able to do that because we've had really consistent support from you all and from the university. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm sorry I went a little over. I'm just very excited about everything we've been doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan, and thank you everything you do. In the interest of time, I know we can probably spend another 4 hours discussing
Sorry.
Civic Hub's operations. In the interest of time, because we are in a budget work session, it might be a good idea to focus only on the request and the budget. One question I have, the money that you have been spending, $275,000, that is a matched grant. University also pay the same amount?
That's
Am I
correct.
correct? And when you also answered the additional request of $10,125 is just to cover kind of inflation.
Yes.
Okay. All
That's
right.
correct.
Any question? Please focus on dollars and cents.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna try to focus on dollars and cents.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your report, and thank you for showing us the financials, I think, which is really clear about where you are now, where you're heading towards in the future. You say you have the money you provide for the down payment. Is that sufficient for your program?
Yes, currently. I think how can I put it? During COVID, there were a couple years where we received state funding and we only made a couple of loans in those years. Mm-hmm. So we have adequate funds for now. As we move forward with the additional ask for affordability, I think in future years we may have a different conversation, but right now $50,000 is sufficient.
Okay. No, I appreciate you being very candid. I just know that as far as we are looking towards, our goal about affordable housing,
Yeah.
we had a task force. So this is just something, to me, would be a win-win if the conversation dictates.
Council member, if the Affordable Housing Committee and the council should choose to provide additional funds, we would be able to spend them very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Councilor Hernandez.
While I will focus on dollars and cents, Mr. Mayor, I think it's important to talk about what the money is being spent on, right? So just to make sure that I understand, our budget says $275,000. You're asking for $285,000. Which one is it?
280.
$285,000.
There is a sheet staff gave us.
The update. Okay, there's an update there. Thanks. All right.
Yeah, the request came in after we'd already provided the budget. So when I was making these other corrections, I went ahead and did it so you could see what it would look like.
Okay. And I want to be super gracious, for you to come and speak to us on budget day. I don't know if you're aware of this, ma'am, but what you're asking for is now, and just for my colleagues, right, page 113 it tells us that it costs $275,000 to just pay the utilities of City Hall. You're asking for more money than what it costs to fund and keep the lights on in City Hall. So I think it's super important that we have a conversation about some of the programs and what they're doing. Just really quickly, on Live, Work, Play, what are the resident requirements for the grant?
The Live Work program is the home must be within the municipal boundaries of College Park, the home that's being purchased. Mm-hmm. The Live Work program has requirements that the home buyer work in College Park full time. They can also work on any university-owned property in the Discovery District. So that includes everything over in the Discovery District, even if it's in the Riverdale Park, the city of Riverdale Park, because it is university.
Has there been any discussion to extend the residency requirement beyond the municipality boundaries of College Park?
Not at this time.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not putting into a program and the other municipalities are not putting into that program. So if there's a Riverdale resident getting qualifying for this grant, that Riverdale should also be putting money?
We've been approached by the City of Riverdale Park to help them think through how to creatively start their own program, but we would not combine the programs at this time.
Okay. That's helpful. I want to just touch on some of the different programs that you guys have. You had talked about the capital improvement projects that you have and the stormwater management programs that you have. All of them are immediately adjacent to the university. This isn't the first time I say it, and I'll continue to say it until we expand beyond those boundaries. In the spirit of One College Park, what capital improvement projects is the partnership exploring north of Maryland 193?
At this time, we are not exploring any additional capital improvement projects. Typically, what we do, we're currently at capacity managing the ones we have. That said, we know that there are additional desires and needs in other parts of the city. As those grants become available and as we are approached by council members with priorities, we can then start to go after the grant money to be able to fund those. For example, Councilmember Mackey reached out about an EPA grant. This was a year and a half ago for some massive infrastructure projects north of campus. We partnered very closely with the city's planning department to put together a cross-sector grant application for that. I think it was an excellent application. Unfortunately, the EPA has been defunded, so it did not move forward, but we did try. So as grants come available, we start to look for where there are appropriate projects to move forward.
I think there's a large amount of opportunities to expand upon the live, work, play. Most of the residents, or as I think to your previous presentation on the live, work, play grant, many of the homes that grant was used for are north of Maryland 193.
That's correct.
So in order to just continue to build upon that, I'd highly encourage the partnership to look at expanding into capital improvement projects that include, right, the corridor to the university, right, which is the northern part of Route 1, because as you drive through, this could be a win-win for every single stakeholder involved. Additionally, I know that the North College Park Civic Association has requested a trolley trail extension, so extending the trolley trail, which would be in line with your the bicycle and pedestrian connectivity priority. And then, of course, since we're all in the floodplain, there is a neighborhood just north, adjacent to the university's Paint Branch Trail extension, called Cherry Hill neighborhood. The Cherry Hill neighborhood sits in the floodplain, and it would be greatly appreciated to do any sort of stormwater mitigation. I've got two more questions. I appreciate the Education Committee strategic direction. What specific projects are you guys exploring in terms of partnering with the pre-K education? You had mentioned that there's two schools in the city of College Park's municipal boundaries. I know that you all have a program with with Paint Branch. Have you all?
We do not.
You do not have a program? Not
specifically for Paint Branch, no.
Okay, then maybe I misread it. Have you explored reaching out to the Hollywood Elementary School?
We've been reaching out to them, yes.
Okay. Have they responded?
I believe so. My colleague David Varnado is engaging in all of that outreach to the schools right now.
Okay, fantastic. Please lean on the city. I know that sometimes some of the public schools are just at capacity with the work that they have. I know that I don't have to tell anyone more than Director Barber when she's reaching out to the principals how challenging it is to make sure that they are helping take the help that's offered. So and also obviously the community stakeholders that are here. Okay. There was a mention in your report, which was timely, right? Thank you for sending out the partnerships report, the annual report, about or at least there was a mention of Monarch Preschool.
Correct.
And I'm curious as to how you seek to really help expand upon the early child care development. Not just that one, not just Monarch Preschool, but the existing CDC, the playgrounds, and all of the other existing early child care centers.
At a very high level, we are right now on our website putting together a resources page that we hope to be able to help market local schools and preschool opportunities, and Monarch Preschool is clearly on the list. I mean, they are a premier preschool in town. One of the things that the NLC's Prenatal to 3 Impact Lab is looking to do is to help College Park, and we were representing College Park, but it'll be bigger than us, help College Park really look at what are some innovative ways to look at prenatal to 3, and to look at how that feeds into the preschool and then early child care kind of ecosystem. And whether that's only the high quality certified credentialed preschools and childcare, or whether or not there are needs to look at family, friends, neighbors, and other sort of less formal opportunities out there. That, I think, is work that's ongoing. It's work that's incredibly challenging. And in listening to the other cities in that cohort, it's an area that needs a lot of creativity to be able to fund it and to do it well and to be able to ensure that children are safe.
Okay, so, I'll just close with this. My concern is the lack of specificity on some of the projects that have been offered. I understand the strategic goals and direction, but we hear from you all pretty irregularly. I say you all, but like if it's possible. So I'm willing to support the $285,000. We just need to hear from you regularly. Like, one of the challenging things is that I think you guys have 4 public meetings a year, and I often do not know when those are. And I don't know if that's just a scheduling thing. I don't know if it's a time management thing on my end. But, like, it doesn't feel as though there is a large amount of resident engagement given the large ticket amount for this particular line item. So I'm hopeful that, like, so what I'd like, to ask is it possible for us to have some sort of more regular checkpoints, given the fact that this is such a large line in our budget?
We'd be happy to come and talk to council at your request anytime you want to have a presentation from us.
Appreciate that. We have 2 more questions. Let's go with Councilor Stevens and then Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here today. I want to say first, I think that our partnership with you is incredibly important. We heard through our budget survey that housing affordability is one of our residents' top priorities, second only to public safety. And currently, I think the vast majority of the work that we as a city are doing in that space is through CP Cup. So I don't take that for granted. I know that there are things that you all are doing with the funding that we provide for you that we literally would not be able to do as a city, and I think that that's useful to keep in mind and also valuable. I do think that we as a city can probably continue to improve our storytelling around this partnership, but I think that's maybe a question for another day. The question that I have for you this morning is, if we were to increase the funding for CP Cup, do you think you then would be able to take that and leverage it with the University of Maryland for increased funding from them as well?
They have committed to matching what the city's input is on an annual basis. So ultimately, you all have a decision that you'll make, and then that will be a number that I will then be able to present to the university for their consideration, but they've agreed to match it.
I did not think I was going to have a follow-up, but I do. You're saying that they'll match our funding. Is there any cap on that match that you're aware of?
Not that I've ever discussed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hartman, for coming. I think the reason why there's so many questions is because this is one of few opportunities we get to talk to you. But like my colleague, Councilman Hernandez, said, if it's a possibility to provide us a report 4 times a year, just so as a benchmark, so we know what you're doing. For many of my colleagues, they're new, so they would like to have a better grasp and put their arms around CP Cup. What are you doing? You have a new strategic plan. Many of them have not been afforded the opportunity to serve on one of the committees, such as I. So I think it really would help as we go in the same cohort, especially around affordable housing outreach, and it would help us greatly as we start our strategic plan. So if you could help us with that, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, and I'll work with the city manager to find the right times with you all to come in. Denise teed, Councilmember Mitchell teed that up in a way I didn't need her to, but one thing that I do anticipate is that there's been turnover on council and our committees. I was going to be making some outreach to folks who are interested in joining some of our committees and representing council on our committees. So you can reach out to me, but I'll be likely reaching out to you all and see how you'd like to participate.
And Susan, just to piggyback on the NLC grant, and I apologize, Mr. Mayor, can you allude to the other participating cities? Because I want my colleagues to understand, as we competed for this grant, there are some big cities that also are at the table.
Yeah, we're one of 16. Austin, Tulsa, LA, Milwaukee, Green Bay, La Belle, Florida is tiny. They're interesting. Us, Cambridge, Massachusetts. I'm forgetting some.
That's okay.
That gives you a sense of the communities that we're able to work with. And the technical assistance is coming from the Harvard Center for Development of the Child, University of California, Los Angeles, and a group called, I think it's called School Works America or something like that, and they work specifically on child care technical assistance. So we're really hoping to maximize learnings from our peers and from the TA providers there.
Thank you. Councilor Ray.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move on and just just reiterating the point that, and I don't think we need the physical presence quarterly, but I mean, just even having some reports, some updates that we can keep looking at helps to keep us in our mind, helps us be able to justify things with residents, storytell. So thank you so much.
Good idea. Thank you.
Just a comment, not a question, but as you're making changes to the Live Work program, on our future agenda items is also to look at making changes to our new neighbor grant. So I think having some collaboration on that as we each look at changes to our programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and speaking and making.
Thank you all for your time, and I apologize.
Keep
for
up the
taking
good work.
time.
Yeah, it's a big program. All right.
Next up, we have economic development. Michael Williams. It starts on page 4041.
Good morning. Page 4041. Try to be a little quicker. I originally, during our staff meetings for budgets, I requested a $1.5 million overall budget. And that was because, and then I walked into Mr. Young's office along with Mr. Olive, and there was a douse of reality there waiting for me. But I want to just say good morning and just want to run through these bullets as quickly as possible. The big rise in our department is the salaries and all. We have a new economic development coordinator. She, Ms. Barr, is in her 7th month in her tour, and so that's very new. I don't know really how I made it through for the last 4 years without someone. Honestly, it was LaToya Moore, County, and then also pulling on our city manager who came with a wealth of economic development experience. I really, it's just an outstanding talent, and we're happy to have her. Also, the housing project manager, which I've discussed a bunch in the last month or so, last 4 weeks. Happy to have that considered after the planning staff worked so hard with the subcommittee on housing affordability, the task force. They came back with several bits of information and recommendations, which we'll take under advisement. I will also, because of the talent that's needed to talk about a housing manager in a college town, and someone who needs to also be knowledgeable of Prince George's County housing, state housing, and federal housing. So I look forward to reaching out to you all, everybody, and Mr. Young as well, coordinating it and trying to get a feel for what kind of personnel and what kind of person you feel, what your thoughts are on recruiting for that position. Business retention and attraction grants, we got a little kick up in that. We asked a little bit more. My request for that, and I really did go over the $1 million threshold with the thought of North College Park and Berwyn, the subdivision of Berwyn, which is mainly Berwyn Road. As you all know, you go down near the bike trail as well as Holy Redeemer, and then in the back there's the industrial space that is widely used by a lot of businesses back there that need industrial space. But the development there, we have a turnover in property ownership in Berwyn, and we're really happy to have that. It was owned for, I believe, more than 30 years by the same owner, and it was represented by the Jenkins estate, and that just turned over. And so we have the new ownership in there. We're delighted to work with. There are 3 properties that need to be revitalized, I should say the word. Revitalized, I could use, to kind of get us a downtown Berwyn, if you could, or in terms of a center of commerce in that area. And then, of course, it's a kind of a tale of two cities when you talk about retail in North College Park. We have, I believe, if my directions are right, on the west side, you have the College Park Shopping Center, which had the Shoppers, still has the Ross Dress for Less and Home Depot. Many cars and traffic and visitors in and out of that parking lot. Starbucks, to say the least. I kind of don't want to brag on that because of the traffic that it causes. But also high revenue stop for Starbucks, as well as that IHOP that's there performing like incredibly well. The IHOP is. But on the other side, on the east side, we have the Hollywood subdivision, the Hollywood intersection, right at I believe it's Rhode Island and Edgewood, and there we need to revitalize it, plain and simple. And that's what really drove my request for more dollars to go in there. I think we really need to have a stable partner go in that space. And so I'll get into that all. In about 10 days, I come up with a economic development presentation. I'll be able to feed you more information about how I think that we should approach revitalizing those areas. Business attraction, we're still out talking to everybody that wants to talk to us and answer the phones and make a meeting about different kinds of businesses coming through. You'll hear in a week or so as we kind of detour, not as heavy-handed on the different eateries that we attract, restaurants, but now we have some manufacturing that kind of go hand in hand with the governor's initiative this past year on trying to do more in the manufacturing area. So we'll have to. There's been some developments in our industrial spaces that we can't wait to talk about. Tourism, really high on that. I think when I talk about the money requests that we had that we have before you, we expect to spend more money in tourism. Really happy about the increase in the hotel motel tax. That goes a lot about with the visitation, people renting hotel rooms, staying here, and we want to get a little bit more traction in how long they stay, because how long they stay, they spend money. So we're really going to make an effort on the tourism. We have a few good ideas that we'll be sharing with you at a later date. Retention and legacy funding, the facade improvement. they are what they are every year. We get requests for businesses that may move, may stay. We'll get into it a little bit more later about business retention, preserving our character, the loss of two really, really big restaurants in Richie's Colombian and Northwest Chinese. We'll talk a little bit about kind of how the things that we're trying to do to be proactive in finding spaces in that retention program and having it address retention and really the whole big displacement issue that goes around development, transit-oriented development, which increases density, but it also displaces. So we'll talk about that dynamic later on. Facade improvement. We're coming to you with our city attorney to try to adjust some of the qualifications or requirements in the facade improvement. One of the big things that we're hearing from our merchants, and it's all over in North College Park, Midtown, and downtown, there's a huge increase in utility costs, and we're getting hit with, can we get some assistance on that? Well, facade, we're kind of stuck where we can give you a portion for interior space improvements, but we may not be able to help you with your utilities. I'd like to address that wider. I'd like to get some flexibility for the program to address some of the needs that our merchants are having. Of course, I just talked about the housing project manager position. A CDC, with North College Park in mind, we launched and created a CDC. Board has not been formed yet. That's got to work through the city manager as well as our city attorney. And then, again, those I'm just highlighting on the page, Berwyn, Stone Straw, and Hollywood. That Stone Straw is going to be notable, and I think the next time you see me, that we'll have some more news on. We'll be able to kind of speak to what the staff is doing every day and how we're helping businesses in doing attraction and what do we do. So having said that, that's my budget request, and just want to go over that a little bit. I can try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So to summarize, there are two new changes. The one is the addition of a new staff position, FTE, and the housing manager, I think. The other is the increase of $110,000 in the business retention grant.
Yes.
Those are the two major changes.
Yes.
Question? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your report. I just wanted some clarification. In your economic development plan, are you also including the backside of those businesses back there as well? I want
to, excuse me, it's just not up there, but yes. So what we're talking about is in D4. So you come around, there is a huge disruption for the Purple Line construction in the back. And so that area we all kind of know on campus is called Domain, where the Domain apartments are, student apartments are. Those merchants have gotten steamrolled, and I'm being nice, even using that as an adjective. But it's been tough. It's been tough working with the MDOT folks. We did get some grant dollars through the PNC Bank Foundation. That was about $75,000, and it was the quickest disbursement of $75,000 I've ever seen because the need was so intense, so apparent, and it didn't take long to see what would qualify and how to get those funds back out of the door. So yes, it's the Domain, and we'll be getting into that area and speaking about it a little bit more during our presentation.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Seaman.
Thank you. So I have a question about the consulting services line. I see there's a proposed budget there of $175,000, which is the same as was budgeted last year. I am just curious, what what do those funds typically cover?
So those funds typically cover or are intended to cover. So we have a housing data that we run through RealPage, and I think RealPage has gotten into some publicity about how they share their data with landlords. We were in the other department of RealPage. We actually wanted to get information about the performance of student housing in 20740. And so in that, we got, those are the kinds of reports and information that we get from a firm like RealPage, and we take that data and try to help us understand the issues around affordability and development, and how it gets to be like this in terms of why it takes so much money for a student to live, and so other residents as well. There's some buildings that we were able to net in our contract or in our agreement with RealPage and the data that they provided. Also, Data Axle gave us some information on census. We used them a whole bunch in our Plus 55 study about how many residents we have here in College Park at Plus 55. The income levels that we are trying to seek out. Also, we did an agreement with Wise Cities or Wise Connect to help us identify some programs and help our seniors or our Plus 55 group just obtain and identify services that they would need, mainly transportation, mainly doctor appointments, and also the big one is just to be at certain meetings and gathering spaces to be social, and we're finding that a big thing. So also Haggerty has helped us over the years with ARPA, also with identifying some grants that we could go for at the state level. Haggerty also is the ARPA consultant for the state of Maryland, so we really knew that they understood when the state dispersed the funds down to the municipality or to the county, then the municipalities, that Haggerty would understand best of what they've done. And we would know from my department in terms of the business, the grants that we did for our ARPA grants that we did for businesses, that we were extremely pleased with how clean and how how smooth the reporting was back to the United States Treasury Department.
Great.
And that was through, also the finance office.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So just so the seniors know that Wise Connect is going under the senior program now, right? Correct. No? No? Or is it not getting funded?
It stays.
It's staying with you?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
it's just not aligned. Or maybe it is and I just didn't see it. Let's see.
Well, if it's not there, we'll
Okay,
put it
I
in
just-
there for sure. Yeah.
I think I saw that it was funded, but
I did speak to Janine Miller last week or this week, and so we had a good time talking about it. Yep. It is funded.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
if you do fund it.
It's under the consulting line
Yeah,
item.
yeah. Okay. That's all right. That's all right.
Mr.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Mr. Williams, what do we have? What's the estimated? What's the salary benefits estimate for the housing person? And I think we're starting half year, so I'm just trying to figure out if we wanted to start it earlier, how much we would need to add.
I think the position is still funded full time, correct? No, I'm sorry.
No, it's funded for half a year. Councilmember Ranker is correct, but
So we were
Ms.
thinking
Pizzuti.
that that position will come in at about 110,000, but if it's funded half year, it would be half of that cost.
So right now, there's about 55,000 in this budget for somebody to start half year.
Right.
So for each month, yeah,
It would be in the
great.
budget if you pass it, yes.
Great, thanks.
Is that it? Yeah.
All right. Did you get your answer, Councilmember Rinker? Okay. All right. Cool. Hey, sir. Really appreciate you folding in a lot of the North College Park priorities that were the tale of two cities. Man, let me just tell you how that feels, and being in one of the cities. But we are one College Park, and I appreciate you really working hard to make that happen. How much? So I saw there was an increase. I think I asked this ahead of time, but I saw there was an increase in the business retention and attraction, and I think you had just mentioned that you had some plans for some of the projects up in District 1 and District 2. I'm curious, how much of the existing funds, what are your actuals right now? How much is left in the business attraction and retention account right now?
I believe after the Saab property renovation or upgrades, I should call it upgrades, I believe it's at 46,000.
So
That's
40
remaining
remaining.
for this fiscal year.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Okay. And you're asking for a little bit more than you asked for last year. Do you have specific projects in mind? I know that you had mentioned Edgewood and Rhode Island, but one of the things I really link up with affordable housing is the walkability or just transportation to local amenities. And losing shoppers has really been a significant impact for many of the residents of College Park who use that as their primary location. I don't know if you guys are all aware, but Shoppers presented good operating hours for working class individuals who could go after work to get stuff. So I think it's really in line with a lot of the different baseline priorities that council has to get a grocery store up and running in that location. Do you have any specific plans or projects to try to attract any businesses up in that area? I know that there's been some internal conversations, but with the funds that you're requesting here today, would that be enough to try to bring in some sort of talent into that industry?
Thanks for the question. So everybody, Shoppers at College Park was the third highest performing in the entire portfolio. And it was also complemented with beer and wine license that went onto the property. So it was really, really a very popular store. I live in College Park, and I personally used it all the time. It was a great place. Our discussions with the developer, the owner of the property, has been one that has been, and it continues to be very, very, very encouraging about filling the 35,000 square foot space with another grocer. I just cannot identify who that grocer is in the terms of getting a new grocer in is kind of marred by some other obligations of the previous owner. I do want to answer Mr. Hernandez's question though, and that is, how much money do you need to work this thing out? I think, Mr. Young, that it may not be a dollar question. It may be more of an effort. So when the new grocery chain, assuming a grocery chain is identified, I think it's going to be more of a permitting, how fast we can move and help out on getting it ramped up. So we may have some attraction dollars to do signage or something like that, but for 35,000 square feet, we're not going to be able to take our retention dollars and throw it at that kind of operation.
I'll be very honest. Like if, and I'm just gonna go hypothetical here, but if you needed $250,000 to clear the project, and we were to get that back in taxes from just that space being filled, right? That's what I want to have a conversation about, and I just don't know if that like has been calculated into the requested budgeted amount, right? And I know it's a large amount of money, but we'd have to look to make sure that it made sense. But if you go to the space right now, it's nowhere nearly as energized as it once was, right? So
Yeah.
if we're bringing in more dollars by doing an upfront investment, then like, great. I just want to make sure that what you've requested today gives you that flexibility.
That does not, I'm sorry, that does not give me the flexibility to go back, Mr. Young, and ask for anywhere $150 or an additional $200,000 to incentivize the new grocery chain. And I do think that that's a great idea, or at least something that we should have in our files or in our back pocket to consider.
It's not something I've talked with any of my colleagues about. I'm just making sure that like I have like a good idea of what your money amount is, right? It's something that like, I mean, we are hemorrhaging like with regards to the opportunity cost of that space not being filled. So I just want to see how much it and we can talk about this offline here. Like, how much are we losing because that space remains empty, right? Like month over month.
I do want to say that I get it, and I kind of want to go a little bit dollar and cents here. The ownership of the shopping center is still paying at the rate that they have done, but also know that the shopper's outfit is still obligated because they were under lease for another I believe another 3 or 4 years to pay rent. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Director Williams,
it's the drain.
I'm happy for Mr. Michaels and for the shopping company, but like it's not doing anything else for.
I get it. Opportunity costs. We're working very hard, and then we do. And just for everybody, we do talk to the Michaels group a lot, and we're working with them to get us a chain that works for our College Park.
Sure. And I'll close with this, and this is kind of a question to my colleagues, and I wish Ms. Simmons was here. But does it make sense to put the housing underneath economic development, or does it make more sense to put it under the city manager, given the fact that there's so many different asks, like in terms of like what we want from as a council? And I don't know if how my colleague feel about this, but like I know that typically they're paired, but since we're so new into the program and so many council members are interested in the future of housing, like whether it made sense to have the new housing officer, or sorry, I don't know what we're calling him or her, under the city manager. What are your thoughts?
Dr. Kabir, I just wanted to say this, that we've worked with our human resources group to identify duties and touring information for a new housing program manager. I feel comfortable with the way that the city manager laid it out in terms of it being a part of economic development, but I think a lot of different divisions could carry it. You got planning, they've done a ton of work in the subcommittee with the affordability subcommittee area. But at the same time, this position will be very task oriented, and you all will be looking for production. There's probably the other question is, do you start right now at the beginning of the fiscal year, or do you really wait until the middle of the calendar, or until the beginning of the new calendar year to bring this person on board. But those are my thoughts. I think we'll work it.
It makes sense. I was like Director Weeper.
Yeah, the research I've done when putting this position together, it falls either in economic development or the planning department.
Planning, right? That's what I was thinking as well.
I think what could also probably be helpful. I think the only direction that we currently have is from. I love our subcommittees, right? But like we have one document, right? Maybe I don't know if the rest of council thinks that we could come up with a no kidding strategy or explore some sort of way forward, because I don't know. Housing is such an ambiguous thing, right? And it might look like a whole bunch of different elements. So I'm curious as to what mindset they're going to be in, whether it's economic development or planning. I think it would fall better under the city manager.
Can you leave it, because there's probably staff.
Yeah, it's more of operational. What Councilmember Hernandez is talking about, the more operational thing. It is something that I wanted to be able to kind of vet through the council a little bit more before we brought the person on board. Actually, even advertise for the position, because that does matter. What types of talent that we actually are looking for, and how we advertise that, and who would be interested in that. And then we also will be looking at fit. So for this year is really looking at putting it in the budget and making sure that we were accounting for that, moving the position around. By the time we get to next year's budget, we'll know exactly where it's desired to be fit, and we can slot it in. But that's just going through that process. Yeah. And we I do owe you a 10-minute break, but I don't know if what council wants to do with that.
What time? The next break is 10:20, right? It's 9:40.
The first break.
Oh, we didn't take the first break. Oh my goodness. Okay, what do you think? What does the council think? You said 10 minutes? Okay, let's do it.
Right, 10
Thank
minutes,
you.
thanks.
Huh? Oh.
All right. Are we live? We're live. All right. Yeah, it feels different with all the lights.
Our eyes will adjust.
Okay, now
We'll adjust.
Start asking some questions here, huh?
All right, Kenny, please take it over.
We're going to start off with the city clerk. Ms. Allen?
Hi, Mayor and Council. I promise I will be quick. The City Clerk's office proposing 2 items. We're proposing a cloud-based agenda management system. This system will streamline the creation and publication of council agendas, minutes, meetings, packets. It's a one-time cost, and then we will have an annual subscription. Our second item that we are proposing is an increase in the budget for special events. That is for our board and committee, advisory committee reception. We will have an in-person reception this year, and we would like everyone to attend. So it's just a small increase, but we're going to try to keep it under budget. And then the last item I have is boards and committees, elections on page 58 and 59. The Board of Election Supervisors are proposing an increase to support voter outreach. This funding will be used for voter registration, tabling, educational materials, and preparation for the 2027 election. And that's it. Any questions?
Pretty straightforward. Thank you. Any question? Mr. Branco? No.
Great job.
What? Everyone needs to keep it under.
It's not a question. It's a comment.
Yes.
In addition to the election, information stuff, is it possible to get registration information out when they get this additional funds?
Yes.
So there's a lot of folks who haven't registered, right? To vote.
That is our goal.
Okay.
Our goal is to get our residents out to register to vote and vote on election day.
That will help to increase voter participations.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I apologize. I think the applause was premature because I have a question. I see some other people's questions. Can you say what's the amount of the subscription, roughly?
For the agenda-based cloud?
Yeah.
I don't know the subscription.
Okay.
It's going to vary. Excuse me. It's about $14,000. It may vary. We are looking at a couple different companies, so it's approximately $14,000.
Yeah, I'll say I'm not opposed to it in this, but as a general comment on the budget overall, across departments, I think there's a lot of increases in IT costs and in subscriptions. And so I think that that's something that the city should be looking at across the board and how do we better manage that across the budget. So it's not a commentary on this specific thing, but since this is the first one of a couple of different things where we're adding tens of thousands of dollars into subscriptions that will be annualized costs, I think that's something that we should be looking at. I know that there's the staff is looking at the 1 to 3 year IT plan, so I think looking at that in the future would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. So Simmons.
This is more so just a comment, but I am containing my intense delight about the agenda management software. I had suspected that we might not be using one, and I am so excited for the city and for staff. I think that this is going to be a really excellent addition to the tools that you have to do your work, and I'm keeping it under wraps right now to the extent feasible. I'm really excited about that, so thank you.
Thank you. We are excited too. It's about time we need something.
Anything that makes your life easy. Thank
Hopefully.
you. Easier. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, let's move to the next one. What is that? Mr. Young.
Next would be finance. We're moving back to me, and it starts on pages 45 and 46 in your budget. In finance, up $60,000 compared to last year. You know, the largest increases in finance would be benefits, but also the largest one that is at $44,000 is the convenience fee reimbursement. It was started last year at $1.50 per charge from a credit card, and the estimate was $69,000 of income from that. So that offset was actually adjusted this year based on what we were actually bringing in for those convenience fees, and it's much lower than was originally estimated. So that's the biggest one in ours, which is $44,000 less of an offset. So it would actually be $44,000 of that $60,000 increase in our budget.
Thank you.
Any questions on it? If not, I'll move to non-departmental.
Please.
Yeah, on the convenience fee, is it common practice, especially for municipalities, to have like credit card fees when people pay by a credit card?
Yes, you see it a lot, and you're seeing it a lot more in a lot of different establishments where they're charging fees anytime you use your card. And most governments, and like if you go to pay taxes or renew or anything online in any government, you'll see that they tack on some type of fee.
But so basically, so we're projecting to lose $113,000 just in credit card fees. Is there? I would be in favor of a fix to that.
Yeah, I mean, we could always increase that fee to offset more. And at the window, we still get a lot of feedback from citizens that come in to pay about that $1.50 that we have now. And so, yeah, I mean, that's really the only way to offset that fee, or look at a different merchant service where we take the cards from. Because right now, when that was started, we went with the bank that we do most of our business with, and because it's easier to reconcile your merchant services from when you take a credit card and to actually they're ran in batches and submitted into your bank account. So it's easier to reconcile those whenever you're operating with the bank that you actually do business with. There are other services that charge less of fees to us, but it takes some research into that.
Yeah, so it seems like it's more of a work session, but
it is.
That's something that I would be interested in, making sure we're not,
we can revisit it, certainly, in the work session. Thank you. Any other questions? We still have 7 departments we need to finish by 10:20.
But just on that one though, wouldn't we be able to just like make a decision right now to either offset? I don't know what's happening. To offset or take the fees on, or pay for, or put the fees on to the people that come. I mean, is there a work session actually needed on that one?
Would you need to?
Mr. Young?
I don't know that we need a work session for that. We can probably combine it with something else, but not for it by itself. But we definitely can bring that forward as part of just a general talk on fees.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Anything else?
Not on finance, but I can move to non-departmental, which is also in my area, which would be the next one, which is on pages 56 and 57. And it is a $20,000 increase compared to last year. The biggest increase in it is the liability insurance from Legit, which is a $17,000 increase, and in that budget. Are there any questions on the non-departmental? I know some of the questions that you had were on rental copiers, and how that one actually works is the rental copiers that are in City Hall go to non-departmental. There are some that still hit other budgets, such as Youth and Family and also Public Works, that are not in this building that still hit their budget, which is how that's laid out.
Thank you. Any question? Turn on this.
I don't know if I missed the ship at the beginning, or if it's in this department in the in non-departmental, but bear with me. I'm sorry. As a revenue stream, right? Other municipalities tax utilities to basically use their like municipality. Do we?
We are looking into that. I know that Michelle has brought in some ideas on, increasing our revenue with taxes, and that's something that we're going to look at throughout the year to see. And also, the mayor brought up some, I think that was one of the reasons his numbers were higher in the assessed values was because of utilities. So we're going to look at that as an additional revenue stream in the near future whenever we bring more to you. But we're doing some research into utilities right now.
I say this to my colleagues because if they're going to be charging our residents more, right, like regardless of whether or not we're taxing them or not, like we should definitely be receiving some of the revenue that's there that we would be entitled to as other municipalities have, and it's another revenue stream for our total like coffers.
Right, absolutely. We're looking into that for sure.
Certainly, and the county itself actually, when they look into our assessed value, they looked into that numbers that includes the utility values as well. Any other questions? If not, I think we can move to the next department.
Yeah, I believe it's Human Resources.
Sure.
My budget is on pages 47 through 49. I have a very simple budget this year. I'm not asking for any new positions. However, the equity position, as stated before, was transferred out of my office to the administration department. I'm asking for a small increase in metro fees from $75 that we offer our employees to $100. We've seen an increase in employees utilizing public transportation, I think because of the high cost of gas these days. I'm also asking for an increase in event funding. Given the upward trend in costs, including food and employee recognition items, it is important that we sustain the quality of events to appropriately recognize and appreciate our employees' contributions to the city. And one additional increase was our wellness line item. My department consistently integrates wellness in every event to ensure it remains a priority in employees' lives. So other accomplishments for the city, we do many trainings of staff. We also have several team building activities, as you can see in the picture there. We went to Topgolf as a team with the leadership staff. We also had several successful hires as in our Director of Finance and Equity position. So that's it for Human Resources.
Thank you. So basically, you are losing one staff.
I lost one staff, yes.
Gain for Mr. Young. Thank you. All right, any question?
I know that we talked about the internship, so we won't retouch that. On the bilingual employee stipend, have we seen an increase in the demand needed for those who speak an additional language?
Asking for more funds?
No, asking for more of their time. I know in the past there was since we didn't use, or I guess we have an interpreter, or we have the resource from the county, but like we sometimes rely on here's how it happens, right? If you speak another language, and I'll just speak for myself. I speak Spanish. I'm on the team. Hey, just send it over to Jacob. He speaks Spanish. I know that sometimes that happened.
Very rarely.
Okay.
Usually in each department, we have someone that can accommodate a Spanish-speaking employee, and they're getting funds to do so. So they're receiving that incentive.
And there's only 8 employees across the entire city?
So far that are receiving the incentive, that usually are in a position that they will have to help a Spanish-speaking resident or person who comes to the city.
Is there a reason for that maximum?
That's the only funds we put in the budget at this time. If we see that we have more Spanish-speaking needs, we can increase the budget. I can speak with Kenny about increasing the budget at that time.
Have you been asked beyond the number of 8 people for?
No, we speak to them every year. They have to reevaluate. We have to reevaluate the situation.
Mm-hmm.
All Spanish speakers do not have to assist others, so they will not receive the incentive. But if you are assisting residents or staff, or we're asking you to assist us in Spanish-speaking ways, yes, you are on the list to receive.
Okay. I'm sure it doesn't happen here, but one of the things, we're all in public service here, and we'll all have an urge to help sometimes. And I don't have any anecdotes from anybody on staff, but just so that you can hear or see the other perspective. You won't apply, or you won't know the process to apply, or you're trying to help the resident that's in front of you at that particular time.
I think we've made it clear to our employees about the benefit. We mention it pretty regularly in meetings and in one-on-one trainings about all the incentives that the city offers.
And no one's applied beyond 8?
Beyond 8, no.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Question?
Yeah, I had a comment and a question. First, on the public transit subsidy, I know for the federal government, there's also a bike commuter transit subsidy. Would just encourage you to look into that and see, is that something that staff would be interested in? I think the federal government pays like $20 a month towards like a helmet or other infrastructure. But I think encouraging other ways for people to get to work. And then on the other special services line item, I had asked a question on the impact of reducing that line item. I know that it looks like it is budgeted for much more than it currently expends on an annualized basis, and so would like to understand that.
Well, we would hope that we don't spend a lot of money in that, because that's for sending flowers to employees who have passed away, or any relatives who passed away, or employees who are ill. We send flowers, so we would hope that that line item remains low, so we won't have many flowers to send.
Thank you. That's all? Thank you.
So in the future, could we have just a little explanation about the family leave thing, so that we would be able to...
Paid leave?
Yeah, the paid leave, just so we can understand it, because it is a little complicated and it's new. Just a suggestion. And today's not the day to do that, but since you're here...
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Thank you. You can send a memo or something. All right. Oh, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you. I have a question about the transit benefit as well. Is that something that we are managing? How does that program function?
Well, that program primarily functions out of the finance department. We sign employees up for the Smart Trip benefit, and we add the $75 right now to their benefit, to their Smart Trip cards that they used for the public transit.
Okay, that's really helpful. I, probably not for this year, but just as a general question, if we haven't looked into this before, I would be interested in seeing if there might be a potential benefit of using a third party to have like a transit benefit provided to employees. They are structured similar to an FSA, so they can actually reduce city costs in terms of payroll taxes, because they're employees contribute to them on a pre-tax basis. So I think at this point, probably not something for FY27, but just to look into in the future. Instead of it being a cost to the city, there's potential that it could be a savings to offer a similar benefit.
Sure.
And one note on that also, if that $75 is not totally used by the employee, it is brought back to us, and they don't get to just keep it month after. It doesn't roll over month to month. They just get $75. If it's not used, we bring it back.
Thank you. No, good suggestion. Seeing none, let's move to the next part. I think communication maybe.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yay! So we're going to what I think is the fun one. So communications and events. So this year, as part of the budget, with Duval Field, renovations almost complete and the field going online, we are looking to have a recreation coordinator position. So currently we work with UMD to have the social sports leagues, which will be coming again this summer, along with like pool membership and athletics and stuff like that. So the idea is that this position would not only take over those, hopefully expand them and work with our other partners like MNC PBC, but also host recreational activities, schedule and program the fields, and kind of handle all those kind of recreation things. So those could be movie nights, those could be game nights at Duval Field and Calvert Field potentially, or in the clubhouse as well. So, and we also added funding for new software as well as contracted labor and assistance to help them, because this would be one person. We definitely want to make sure that they have refs or whatever else is needed to host these kind of activities and to put on these events. Another aspect of our budget that you'll see is that the cost of events, like everything else, has risen. That could be, a lot of that is because of inflation, increased fees like from police as our events grow. So do our needs in terms of policing, traffic, all of that. So that also increases, and costs have just gone up. This year we're proposing 2 new events. We have heard from you all. We will bring back an event unique to adults. We're looking at doing it this year in October, kind of like the rave or at the grave kind of thing. And then one of the things that we are also looking at doing is a unique event that changes yearly. So as opposed to this event becoming an annual event that is the same thing year to year, we would have something that kind of changes. And so, and that could be in response to what's, happening that year. So for instance, when the Olympics come, we could have a resident Olympics. Or this year's World Cup, which we wouldn't do it this year, it would be for next year. We could have done like a giant foosball tournament. But the idea is to have something really fun that changes, that adds that kind of unique, fun vibe, so that residents have something to look forward to. And the other thing that you'll also see is that our website costs have been moved from IT to comms, and that has to do with the website, like all of our accessibility, chatbot, all of that has been moved from IT to us because we manage the website. So those are our main things. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any question? Great. Really excited about the new position. I have a question. You have? No, hold on. What do you say?
I expect a question from one of us on everything.
Happy to take it.
What's the cost of the strategic comms study?
So it's something that we're looking into. We haven't exactly put in. I think we put in for about. I have to give me a second to double check it. I think we listed it. Sorry, 1 second. I think the idea, if I'm not mistaken, was about like $70,000, and that was so that we could hire an outside firm to help us look into our communications and our strategic communications to make sure that we are utilizing all of our communication tools, if there are other ones that we could potentially utilize, and kind of do an opportunities analysis of our communications.
And then, given that line item isn't going up, what are we not going to do next year that line item under marketing is flatlined, but the $70K would come out of that. So are there things that we're not doing in the coming year that we would have spent that $70K on in the past year?
No,
Or,
so
or did we budget it for doing the study last year and didn't do it?
Yes, that's exactly what that is.
And then I think the other things, I'll come to a question about the website later in the IT budget. I know that this is like 54,000 increase. I didn't see the decrease there, so we can come to that later, and I'll let other folks ask questions.
Yeah. Yes, that's okay. So the unique event, since this year is the 250th birthday, I know others are doing things around, but maybe we can combine something with the Duval Field opening or something. Just a suggestion for this year. Thank you.
So, I think those are great suggestions. I think part of the problem we have is we have 2 event planners. And so we have a full schedule. We have several events every month that we do. And so right now, capacity is very tight for them, and they're already doing quite a bit. And so we do have plans for a Duval Field opening as well, as doing this event for adults this year, which kind of puts a lot on their plate. And so the idea for the unique event would be that it starts next year, and that we're able to schedule that in to help them out. And I know there are so many amazing events for 250 coming this year all around us. So I think that's something maybe we can help push out and promote for sure.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hernandez.
Really excited about the strategic communication study coming out, the return of the adult only or adult focused event, and just a number of different things. I wanted to ask I want to say it's the Here and Now is now doing the Spanish speaking portion of their paper. Our inlets are still just in English. I'm wondering if it would be possible for either us to add a portion of those in Spanish that we already pay for, or would it be better, and I guess just asking you right now, for us to buy another or budget for another set of inlets that are in Spanish?
So they do actually translate our section. It is in our contract with them. What they do is they translate it on the site. So all of their all of that's in Spanish is also on Spanish on the site. And actually, they were translating our section before as part of the contract. So they do that. I will confirm with them.
No, I feel like I was confused in my delivery. So they added a new. So if you open up the Here and Now,
they
half
added
of it
some
is
extra.
in Spanish.
Right.
Our College Park inlets, right? The ones that we pay for, all in English.
Right. So if we were to add extra page, so there are a couple considerations. One is that if we were to add extra pages, currently we spend about $60,000 a year on our 4-page insert. If we were to add that, we would have to double it.
Sure.
And Spanish takes up a lot more space. Mm-hmm. That is a consideration as well, because we are very spatially delineated or limited, basically. I think the other thing is that, when we have a lot of publications that we do manage. We have, Municipal Scene, Here and Now, all of that, and on top of our weekly ones, social media, all of it. And we do try to translate as much as possible. We can look into it, but that would be an extra, basically, we would have to dedicate quite a bit of staff time to also translate, then lay out and reformat it every month as well. So I think capacity would be a concern as well.
Director Quinones, you tell us the problem. I'll find you a solution. All right. So one of the concerns that I have and that other colleagues on the council have is outreach. Right?
Sure.
How are we getting? We have excellent programs. I mean, we are just flushed with great programs, great program directors, but we're not really connecting with all of the residents as much as we possibly can. What I'm hoping to do, right, is try to leverage the existing platforms and maybe expand their capacity to conduct some outreach. So if what you're saying is needed is it's just too much work, happy to figure out how we help bridge that, right? But like one of the priorities that a lot of folks have talked about up here is just like, how do we communicate better to the residents? How do we talk about some of the programs that we have? We have great resources. Like, if that means, I don't know if it means doing a whole exact amount of inlets. Maybe it's just another page, and maybe that could be less than the 60K. I don't know what the option is there. I do understand there's a capacity issue with actually translating. It's really challenging. You can't just toss it into chat and say, hey, let's just translate this for us. So help us just understand, and then we're happy to support you from a resource perspective.
No, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I think for us, there's a lot of things that we would love to do. We would love to do more social. We would love to do more reels, more of those kind of things. It's just for us, capacity is a concern. We currently, I think we have 4 or 5 publications that we push out every month. Quite a few are translated. We also have ones that we do weekly and bi-yearly. So there's a lot going on. And so I think for our team, we all have talked about wanting to do more and what we can do to better engage, increase engagement, all of that. And I think all of it dives down to just capacity.
Thank you. Councilmember Brinker.
Do you currently have in here some funds for interns?
We do have a fund for videographer intern.
Okay.
So.
I mean, just anecdotally, I've had a lot of comms students, majors, like who are desperate for even free internships, and so I'm just thinking about, again, using those resources well. So I would even be in favor of hearing that there's a capacity issue to get you some more money for some interns from the university.
I think it'd be supportive of that. I think from the bilingual outreach is also just something that I want to double tap.
The only thing I'll say is interns are wonderful. They're great, but they're also interns and they're students. So students, they're still learning and they're still early in their phases. So it's particularly with, I think they can help out in many amazing ways, but it's also dependent on the intern and also their capacity, their load. So, it's definitely something we can look at. I think for bilingual reasons, I think, you need to make sure they can translate appropriately and well. So I think there's lots of things we can look at and kind of come back to you with.
Okay, thank you.
The farmers market staff, it used to be somewhere to the tune of 20,000. It's now dropped to 5,000. Did something occur, or did I?
Staffing is within our salary and I think hourly budget. The 5,000 is not for staffing. That is for supplementary things like signs or needs like cones or tents, that kind of thing.
Okay, because just so you know, under the budget item, it says farmers market staff, including part-time wages and other.
We will need to adjust it. It was adjusted the last time, and we probably didn't fix the narrative.
Okay, thank you.
Corrected. All right, thank you so much. Finally.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question to Director Wepizzuti?
Yes,
I missed it. Are we budgeting for bonuses, employee bonuses this year?
No, we're not.
Is there a reason for that? I know that we had budgeted prior to.
It was taken out last year by the mayor and councils in the budget they approved, and we didn't add it back in. We had added it. We had it in the year prior to that, just to account for it within the budget. When we brought it to council for the budget session last year, it was decided that they did not want to show that in the budget, and that if we identified funds or we thought that we needed to have that in there, we'd add it. One of the things that was key to that last year was we had a 4.5% cost of living increase for the employees. This year we have another 3%, and then next year we have another 3%. So, but I understand your point. But if we are going to give bonuses, I think it is a good idea to put it in the budget. Pick your battles.
I understand, Mr. Young, and I know that most of my colleagues are new. or half of our colleagues are new, it would be beneficial probably for you to, and maybe not here or whenever you think is best, for you to explain like why and how it compares to other municipalities, because I think I'd be interested in seeing that return back to the budget. That's just one person out of the 8. If we don't talk about it, we're never going to revisit that. And I don't even know, did they get it during this last year?
They did not. They did not get a bonus. Actually, even when we put it in the budget, we usually always brought it to council prior to dispersing that, getting authorization to do so. I believe the amount was $500 per employee. Actually, after taxes, that's not
really not much.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Yeah. No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next department, just IT, I think, information.
Good morning. We are between the pages 59 and 61. For the fiscal year 27, we are requesting a 5.3% increase, which comes out to roughly $56,000. Of that, a little over 88% is tied to operations, and the rest of them is going towards the salaries and benefits. The main drivers behind the increase are software and the communications. On the software side, most of the growth is due to vendors raising their prices. On the communication side, there are 2 key factors. First, we'll be adding an internet connection at Dual Field, which is expected to go live this summer. Second, like many of our vendors, our internet provider has been gradually increasing service costs as well. There is one additional item worth noting. The CNET account will increase by 18.2% next year in fiscal year 27. This was anticipated as annual increases were built into the franchise agreement signed back in 2023. So that would be it for the IT budget, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Reflect.
So I had previewed this earlier, but I know that the website moving to communications and wasn't seeing a decrease in the budget, but rather I think an 11% increase on the line item that was covered in previously. Can you talk about what is the source of that increased spending?
Be happy to. So the story with the web page costs associated with the web pages, there's a little history behind it. Up until 2024, I believe that those costs were in non-departmental. And in 2025, I think it was a last-minute request. I was asked whether I had any funds remaining in the IT budget. So we did have some savings at the time because we canceled some of the subscriptions. We were reviewing our subscriptions, so we found the room there. So that was 1 year sort of agreement at the time, and originally it was never part of the IT budget, even before 2025.
Right.
And if you would like me to continue regarding the increases, again, this is mainly due to our vendors increasing their prices, the costs. We were notified, some of our vendors notified ahead of the time that the costs, they'll be raising costs, and that the raises are anywhere between 10% to 500%. And we are trying to plan for that increase. Some of our vendors are sending us notifications ahead of the time, but we anticipate that the rest of the ones who we have not received yet, they will also be increasing their prices. So we're trying to kind of plan for that as well.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Sorry.
Just to follow up, I know I raised this previously, but I do think looking at not just in IT, but across how the whole of the city is using IT and growth in subscriptions, et cetera, would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Is the Wi-Fi public at Duval Field?
No.
Okay, good. Sorry, I just I just know that there are some like well documented stories as to when municipalities sponsor Wi-Fi.
We will not be offering public Wi-Fi there.
I'm not necessarily encouraging it. Okay.
The
And
wi-
then
the Wi-Fi is for staff at the event to be able to
oh, that's fantastic.
use
Okay.
our communications.
Great. Okay. And I'm assuming for the interoperabilities of the various like sound systems. Okay. And then that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move forward. The next one is Department of Public Services, I believe, Mr. Kokar.
Yeah, I don't think I have mic, but I think I can speak loud enough.
No, you need the mic.
Oh, I guess. Take mine. You don't want. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Jitendra Kokar, Public Services Director. I think my budget is from 61 through 72 in the budget book. And if you look at 61, we do not have any requests for the staff. I'll just go through the comments that I kind of shortlisted, and I have a little bit of explanation. With the addition of Public Safety and Emergency Operations Manager last year, we have improved upon some of the outreach efforts with the community and addressing the public safety initiatives in general. I think he is in touch with the Prince George's County and Maryland Department of Emergency Administration, and he's engaging into a dialogue with them to increase the awareness. I know there have been some conversation with some of the council members regarding CERT programs and deeper discussions on that. I think he's also indicated that he's going to be working through state and county partners to try to prep our overall team, and that includes, city staff, our council members, and some of the neighborhood organizations and some of the interested citizens to get involved with a, like a tabletop exercise and work through those kind of efforts and make it a more of a cohesive understanding should we have to deal with a natural disaster or any weather-related event, and we can all participate with all the concerns that we have, and we can collectively work, coordinate, and collaborate in that effort. Okay, let's see. I think example of that has been we have had recent 2 snow events, which we were very appreciative of Public Works to get us involved, and I think we learned a lot. I had the opportunity to go with Robert myself, and I could see really how difficult it is for them to go into some places, especially in College Park Woods. There are some streets I was really scared sitting right next to him. So I just wanted to say that I think they do a phenomenal job, and just to be given the opportunity. Ed was there, I was there for those couple of days, and then we all collaborated, learned our past the event experiences and how we can improve on those interactions. So enough said for public safety. I think I have some highlights. We engaged with a IBTS, Institute of Building Safety and Technology. They had done a fee studies, and they gave us the opportunity to look into the operations we have presently and where are avenues where we can improve upon our where we are not recouping cost. I think 1 or 2 examples have been like making sure that we are charging all the people if we are spending time for not only just building and but also in the site review areas. So we all are working together, like my team members and Robert's team members, like Jacob Vasalati. We are really deep into it. That study was, provided details to the council last December. I am in touch with our newly appointed deputy city manager, Michelle, and we will be kind of going into depth a little bit more on that, and we will bring to the council once we are ready for if any changes need to be done to the fee structure in general. All right, we anticipate increased costs in the cellular connection with phase 1 CCTV camera improvements. I think the staff is in conversation with one of our existing vendors, Hitachi, for CCTV cameras, and we have, after 3-4 months of conversation, including myself, my public safety manager, our IT manager, and a bunch of other stakeholders in the organization, We are probably in near future going to bring it to our city manager. We started with 4 options. Now we have 2 options as the final, landing point, and we'll be discussing with the city manager, and then we will be going into more depth. So something in future to come after we get, clearance from our city administration, what needs to be done there. Let's see. On parking enforcement side, it's just a salary and benefits increase for the existing staff. I know there is an item, and there have been some questions from the council regarding, a set of uniforms and all that. And I think we were anticipating that we will have 2 parking staff based on some of the last discussion that my manager had with the council. But that didn't go through in the present budget. As far as parking highlights are concerned, the installation of new pay station is near completion. Customers have access to additional payment apps, and then College Park Shopping Center pay station relocated to replace single-space meters along the Hartwick. And I think we have been keeping the council aware of through our bi-weekly meeting, thanks to Laura. And I think there's a lot more value in that in terms of communication between the staff and the city council. Coming to code compliance and enforcement, I believe that majority of these changes are because of the increasing the account money for the benefits, and also making sure we are staffing all the full-time CEO staffing, and then provide the training as required. I think last year, I'm not sure, I think it was probably in September or October, I'm drawing a blank for the exact date, I had brought a request to the council for allowing us to do a code enforcement evaluation, and the consultant made the presentation. We were given green signal by the council. We went to go forward with it. One of the things I do want to council to know that we were anticipating the amount of money that we will spend on that effort. So we hold on to the openings at the time for about 3 months or so, 3 to 4 months. And whatever savings we did, that money we used to pay for that consultant. So I just wanted to make it more obvious and clear for you all if somebody's wondering where that money is coming from. At this point of time, we already have hired 2 code enforcement officer and an administrative assistant in our licensing and permits division. We are fully staffed. All the first, 2 phases are done with the consultant. We are in 3rd phase, at which point of time we are, prepping new, standard operations, bullets and stuff like that. I think I have some notes. Let me see. I won't go through all of my notes, but the consultant found some, they went through, the management team, and then they went through individual staff interviews, discussed the workflow processes, comprehensive review of existing code enforcement policies, procedures, and the system we got in place. They also are gauging the operational strengths, key challenges, gaps in onboarding, business process flows, training skill deficiency, and the needed technical knowledge and skills. I do want to mention to the council that I do believe that there is a strong need, and so does the consultant as well. We need to improve upon the technical skill set of our code enforcement staff. Majority of them, comes from more of existing structure, or they have worked previously in management company, and they utilize that course knowledge and operation knowledge to enhance the technical, skills needed. But at this point of time, how we got so many new structures in the city, I think they really need to up their technical knowledge. And we are already, I think, in the month of June, we will have extensive training for my staff. And that will be the effort that we will be undertaking. And that's all. Maybe I had one more last one. The beginning conversation with the consultant was also to make sure that we have a mission, vision, value, and leadership philosophy and service philosophy for our code enforcement and licensing and permits division, so that they can stay more focused and work through the recently developed SOPs. They are not in final form yet. I have seen the first initial draft, but it'll be coming in near future. And we'll probably get a report from them, and then what efforts we are doing. So I'll just stop at that in this regard, and I do believe that there is another important division that is contract police program details.
So I have animal welfare.
Oh, animal welfare.
Oh, okay, let's see. Yeah. Animal welfare, we have two full-time ACOs, senior and the recent, like the one that came in the later part last year. So we have 6-day coverage instead of 5-day coverage before we had the second ACO. And they, their service level has improved within the city for all the animal calls. And we have established microchip scanning station. They are installed at City Hall and Davis Hall. And we also have ordered 2 vehicles. We are still awaiting the arrival on those. Last but not the least is our traffic enforcement and the contract police program. As you all know, we have recently, implemented, stop sign camera citation program, and then we are also diligently trying to convert speed camera, into more environmental friendly installations. At this point of time, we will also be we are in very advanced stage of red light camera installation. I believe there will be 4, locations for that. And we will be bringing a information sharing item in near future once that project is brought to the final end. On contract police, there is a competitive pay adjustments that has been requested to maintain the pool of part-time officers. As you all know, the people that work here, we got 2 full-time police employees, but then there is a pool of part-time, police officers, and they are all working here as a second employment, and they do have a lot of other opportunities. So that was one of the reasons why we try to increase some of their, rates to retain them. As far as the highlights are concerned, improved participation for other agencies in the monthly meetings. As you all must have observed that we have UMPD on regular basis, and if there are other, police agencies that operate in city, we request them and they join us at our request. So there is increased coordination and collaboration among all the agencies that provide service to our residents and the businesses. Special patrols are scheduled responsive to the community needs and concerns, and now also CPOs are processing, stop sign monitoring system tickets at this point of time. I think that's it. I'm here to answer any question you all may have.
There's a lot you guys do. Questions, I'm sure there should be some questions. So Councilman Hill.
Yes, thank you. Very good report. I've been looking in here for where in the budget are we covering the upgrading, the cameras, our LPRs and all that. I know it's going to need an overhaul. Where are we seeing that reflected here? I want to make sure there's enough.
Yeah, I don't think that is part of it. As I said earlier, within my, disposition and position here, we are almost at the last leg of it in terms of the planning of that effort. And we'll be bringing to the city manager and his management team to digest all that, what options we had. We have had numerous, for last, I would say, since last November, December, we have been talking to vendor, getting, a lot of quotes. The vendor is existing vendor, Hitachi, and then we are working through, we are trying to make sure that we are not missing things. I think the city is developing very rapidly along the Baltimore Avenue on the north side with this, new train system coming up. There are needs for more safety concerns to make sure that no accident happens and things. So there's a lot of camera needs within the boundaries of City of College Park. So public safety manager has also articulated conversation with MView system at the state level, and we are getting all collaborations and support from all our other agencies like UMPD, Contract Police, PGPD, and they're all encouraging us to become a part of that. As far as the upgrades are concerned, I think once we are at the final, we will definitely share with the council. But we got to complete the last, I would say, 10 to 20% piece of it.
I just want to make sure it's properly funded.
Councilor Ranker?
I was just wondering, on page 72, if you look at the police services contract, it was 411, then 422, then 369,000 for this current year, and then bumping back up to 452. And I was just trying to remember why it dropped by, 50-ish thousand for 2026 from the previous fiscal year.
And which line item was that?
534340.
Somewhere in the middle. Page 72. Police services contract. In the middle.
Oh, police services contract?
What it could be is when we're not able to fill a shift, we had already budgeted to be able to fill that certain number of hours, but if we're not able to actually fill that shift with an officer, that money just doesn't get expended. So,
yeah, thank you. I think that is the reason.
But
And
those aren't actuals from
They're actual
2026.
numbers, yeah.
That's a proposed. So you think we just? I'm just confused.
No, but I think the budget 369. Yeah, that is not the actual cost.
Yeah, FY26 is up to today's budget. FY26 hasn't completed.
Right, we don't have actuals.
So,
on this
so that's why
budget.
the number is less.
So apparently that's what we agreed to last year, was a decrease from 422 in actuals, or 411 from 2024, and we only approved 369,000 for the 2026 budget.
Was 369 was the budgeted item, or is it the actual?
So I'm just trying to remember
why it was less.
And
right?
I'm going to try to pretend that it's not because I forgot. It's because we have new council members here. I want to make sure they understand why it went down.
I'm going to have to look for before I give you my landing position on this. We can verify that.
Okay.
Yeah, we had originally, Leo remembers this, we had originally given them an additional part-time contractual officer in the budget. But what ended up happening is they couldn't find it. They couldn't find somebody to fill that. So we couldn't fill that extra time. So what we did is I believe we scaled that back down to what we knew we could try and fill. And part of this is a issue of who's available. And their first obligation is to Prince George's County on any overtime that they may require of them, and then we're a secondary employer on top of that. So they're limited also by the number of hours that they can do per week for as a part-time employment. So I think that's the issue on the one that you had, and so we had scaled that back to demonstrate that we really couldn't fill that amount of people in the budget.
So I think, Kenny, I will also add, I think even at the present time, we have, I would say probably for the last 5-6 weeks, I am directly having conversation with the police chief. And it's just a volunteer thing, even from his pool of officers that are there, and we have had struggles. And I can tell you, at least on last two Saturdays, I had to request the captain to come and fill those empty things, because that is when our most traffic or needs are, as far as being a student town. Friday evening or Saturday evening are the most crucial areas.
So. Going back to Mr. Ranker's question, 369,000 budgeted for FY26. So it looks like we budgeted less because we anticipated we won't be able to fill out those does it mean that we did not budget for 15.5 FTE for the program in FY '26? If we budgeted less?
Of course, I think the numbers indicate that yes, we had a little bit reduced because I think police have had challenges not to be able to fill all the spots that are open.
But we're estimating in this year that we are going to have the 2.5 FTEs.
15.5.
Well, 2.5 of the contractual FTEs where we do the full, and then the other 15.5. Does that make sense? Because we have two separate line numbers. We have the contractual, which are put into the budget, on a schedule, so that's that scheduling issue. And then we have 2.5 budgeted as a base FTE amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then, so on page 71, when
Right. I see what you're saying.
it only says 2, but you're...
2. It says 2 here, and then in previous fiscal, we had 2.5. Does that make sense, how they dropped it? And that's the reason why. So we have 2 this year, and we're budgeting for 2.
So we're only budgeting for 2, whereas last year we budgeted for 2.5, and yet that is increasing by 83,000.
There are...
I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It was originally slated for 2.5, but since it could not be filled at that 0.5, it was reduced back down to 2. So that's only budgeted for 2. And yeah, it's 2. And then there's a wage increase this year, along with that half being put back in there, is reason it's going up.
This isn't showing it's still only 2.
It's still 2. It is
so
still.
That's an error.
It's still 2. It's still 2. I'm sorry. It's still 2 this year.
I'm sorry, it is 2.
It's still 2 this year, but the wage increase reflects that 450 amount. That's the reason why it's like, because they had a contract negotiation, so they have additional fees, and that's my understanding of the 4.
That's big.
So then, as I understand,
Yeah.
369,000 was for 2.
Right.
The FY 25 422, that was 2.5. So that's what accounts for that number going down.
Right.
But then the 2 last year was 369, and we're saying 2 this year is 452. Right. So that's basically 40,000 plus more per officer.
Yeah.
Is-
And
Yes.
I think if you may allow, I do believe that because of stop sign, there's going to be increased workload as well.
I mean, Councilman Riker, to kind of put it into context with police costs right now, you're paying more for LEOPS and for the retirements and things like that. In the last year, I mean, coming out of from Bladensburg, we've seen higher increases on retirement and all the fringe costs in the last 2 years than we've seen workers' comp, all of those things, and that's all calculated in the county's numbers. And so those are the kind of increases that cities are seeing in that shift of costs, and the county's shifting that cost to us as well, and that's what our contract covers. So that is a real cost of what police officers cost. So it's not, I mean, the county officers and other officers have, depending on if they're in the LEOPS, that's at 39.5%. If they're in the regular EPS, it's 20%. So in Bladensburg, I was paying 20% for the retirement, but I had increased workers' comp costs each year in regards to police due to the numbers of claims and what's even going on and just in general in that pool. And so that is a realistic cost for the increase that we can see that fluctuate over the years. And then also, if you're also looking at the fact that we're talking about fuel increases, we're now, even though that doesn't necessarily, I don't think anybody's really budgeted in this issue of that we have $4 a gallon gas, but these are take-home vehicles. And so that's an average of 115 fill-ups per year, which is about $8,900 per officer for just gas in their cars. So those are things that from year to year, those costs have increased about $2,000 to $3,000 per officer. So when you start to just total it up, you're going to get there with officers very quickly. I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry to provide that additional context, but it's just more to kind of say why the county is kind of passing on some of those costs, because they're having that increase in costs moving forward.
And I think this is really good information, especially as we consider the work session this week. And then if we can, the hourly wages, what was the dollar amount per hour that we were increasing, that this budget has included?
Yeah.
For the contract, please.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
4 or
yes.
5.
$4 or $5. That's
Yeah.
actually remained pretty constant, and I think you don't have. I mean, that's the one thing that you're getting. I mean, I'll say, because these are part-time, they're working as strictly contractual part-time employees. We're not paying any fringe. You're not paying any of that. So $4 to $5 an hour is basically what your increase is, because it's a secondary employment, which all officers are eligible to do.
Yeah, and that's precisely
And they're
the
able
point.
to use their,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, and they're able to use their county vehicles and their county gas for that secondary employment. We only pay them the hourly rate.
Councilor Mackey?
So, staff and colleagues, forgive me if I repeat myself. 172 pages of budget and 77 pages of questions has given me a brain overload. But so I'm understanding that our parking study will be in the 2026 budget. Is that?
We do not have money in the parking study in this budget that has been recommended to the council.
So will then it go into the 2027 budget?
I would defer that question to the city manager.
Okay, because the parking study is.
No, it's not showing in there. If the department didn't put it in, then it's not in here.
Okay, well, I thought that we had work session that we were saying that
Council had that priority, I mean,
Yeah.
I think.
No, I think in that work session when we discussed it, when we walked away from here, I think the direction was that the administration is going to look into find money for that study.
Okay.
I think that was the last I remember, from the
So it
council work
hasn't-
session.
money hasn't been found, right? So
No,
I-
not yet. I haven't heard of.
No, no money fell from heaven.
Yes,
but,
no tree grew in the council
If
chambers.
that's something that the council wants us to incorporate into budget, that's something we can talk about at the end.
Okay, so and then I just had one question on animal control. I won't belabor the parking thing. We can probably talk about that later. But on the animal control, most of the animal control, they get a lot of grants, correct? They get a lot, because I'm, a resident just recently contacted me and was asking, what opportunities that we have with animal control in our city, so that, if a person can't afford to have their dog rabies shots or whatever, we have grants in the city to provide for all that, correct?
Yeah, I think the budget includes some
Yeah.
grants.
Yeah,
Answer
yeah.
is yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was reading that, because I got a question late last night and I didn't know how to answer it. So, okay, well, thank you very much. I will defer till later for the parking thing.
So on the parking study, I think the question, maybe it's already answered, but the question I had was, is there enough money? If we wanted to do this in FY27, is there enough money in the budget to do it?
You have some money in contingency still, so.
Okay. And then I apologize because I know that we don't want, we're trying to not have surprises, but there was one thing that came to me late last night, based on some prior conversations, which was the question of whether or not code enforcement exists on Sundays. And council's kind of discussion on that. I know we haven't had a work session, but and I'm not expecting an answer right now, but would like to understand if that were something that council wanted to do, what that would cost, and whether the department would be able to support that. I know in particular there's a lot of events on Saturday nights or on Sundays, and it would be helpful if code enforcement could cite issues that are occurring on Sunday.
Yeah, I think Jatinder can address that, because we're actually trying to address some of those issues right now and under the current budget.
Yeah, just give me we have gone through all the records. I tell my manager and supervisors to go into all the calls and monitor. Majority of the calls that we get on Sundays, they're animal related, and I would say probably 8 or 9 of them, they are not even from City of College Park. And so code calls are very rare, in this sense. And then I think it's not beneficial in terms of getting the value and having the person sit here all day. But we do have a coverage like on Saturday morning, evening, Friday morning and evening, and Sunday things, whatever calls we get, they are covered by police officers, contract police officers. But the number of calls that we receive, that does not warrant to have that coverage. And we can provide you the data for that if council is interested.
I think Councilman Hernandez.
Director Kokar, how are you? Thank you for.
I'm just wonderful.
I'm excited about you being wonderful. Seems like there's some areas of opportunities that we can really expand upon. But I want to focus on a couple of things. I'm supportive of adding to parking enforcement. I don't think, just to be clear, I don't think that the limited contingency fund of I think it was $125,000 is the only thing. I'm fairly sure we found a $3 million surplus that we can all talk about as a council as to what priorities, especially given the fact that parking was an item that we talked about as a work session. But let me go back to real quick to the code enforcement request on Sundays. I can just talk to you about my district, right? So you could drive around and see people building what I could just imagine are unauthorized ADUs. You can just drive around and look to see the amounts of bulk trash out on Sundays. I understand that code has response to calls, but sometimes that proactive code enforcement is super helpful because it just offloads some of the concerns. You've done an excellent job trying to revitalize and energize from the previous public services director. As I understand, I never worked with him. So I think when my colleague, Councilmember Oates, asks for code enforcement patrol on Sundays, it's more or less to respond to the craziness that happens on the weekends. I think yesterday I was driving through here, and I don't know, it gets lively in this area. The next day, it's a complete disaster. So I think that's the reason why we're requesting it. And if it's a capacity issue, again, the same thing with the communications office, let us know, and then we could try to adjust. But I'm supportive of trying to ask for some sort of Sunday enforcement, especially because I know that folks call. And if not just calling, it's just being proactive about it. Maybe that's when you catch up on the tickets. Maybe it's the opportunity to do a little bit of the things you couldn't do during the normal weekly perspective. My question is, I was looking at the ticket processing fees, and I know you guys answered it. The ticket processing fees on page 70 for processing the charges for speed enforcement cameras is $1.1 million. Separately, the cost of our policing in general is somewhere to the tune of $1.4 million. So essentially, the fees and revenues and the enforcement we get out of our cameras is basically the same thing we're getting out of our policing. That to me is a little too close for comfort, especially as I don't think that the costs associated with page 70 include the stop sign cameras, right?
I think the charge, there's a little bit of difference in the charges. One is the instance based, and the other one also in stop sign camera. We pay for the rentals of the cameras and the simple processing of it, but that's a fixed cost.
Okay.
Whereas the processing fee, they are different for speed enforcement versus the stop sign camera.
Just off the top of your head, do you know what the revenue is that we get from the speed enforcement cameras?
It's approximately about three. It's about 2.8 to 3, and then you take $1 million off. So we have it's about $3 million. So because we have about 1.9 million in expenses for contract police and the overtime, because it's $400,000 for the 2 contract officers, and then
1.1.
Yeah, 1.4, so about 1.9. So it does wash for that. I think that, and you see in this one that they have an estimate this year for $500,000 for stop sign, and then was the other one. I'm not finance. I had the numbers, but it's in here.
It's $3.5 million
$3.5 million for the, total right.
I guess just from a policy perspective on our end here, right?
Yeah.
Like if we're gonna fund this, sure, we have safer streets. That's good. It's a good thing that we have, right? Revenue, we're bringing some sort of percentage of revenue. It's not supposed to be a revenue like stream, like a intentional, deliberative, like revenue stream. I'm just concerned about like when you're comparing the enforcement, right? Like from if our police is basically the same thing as our cameras, that's, I don't know. I just don't. It doesn't sit well with me. But I just wanted to clarify because 1.1 just seems like a lot of money for them to process, and that doesn't even include the time of our contract officers. Am I wrong that I'm assuming that? Right. So 1.1 to just do the processing plus a different amount for the 2 cops to look at the tickets and make sure it gets done.
So when you look at the fees that they charge, there's usually a per camera charge that's a rental fee, and so there's the rental fee, and then there's a processing fee. And then the state with the speed cameras, there is a state limited amount what we can charge, which is a different scheme. I hate to say that there are 2 different schemes of charges, but stop sign has a little bit different, and it comes out to approximately 40%, and I believe that speed comes out to something like 35 to 40% as well. It's just, I mean, it is pretty standard amongst all of the municipalities about how much that is. Stop sign, I mean, red light is a little bit different, and you are now getting additional revenue from speed because of the variation of the speed cameras because of the new law that went through. So you get, it graduates now. That is why your revenues this year will be a little bit different because you have a graduated revenue on speed, and then the other ones are flat.
Yeah.
And so those are different. So your revenues will be a little bit different on speed this year. If you had red light, you have a flat 75. So those are. I mean, that's the only other one. But I mean, it is kind of what it is because there's only a certain number of vendors that provide the service in the state.
That was going to be the concern.
There you
go. My suggested recommendation was to look at a different. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You're done. It looks like.
So I was reading, I was reading all the questions last night, and then I saw an email from you. I was saying, I'm not the only one who was up at that late.
I know you probably work even harder than me, I'm sure. Thank you so much. So let's go to the planning. Ms. Bader.
Good morning, good afternoon. Miriam Bader, Director of Planning and Community Development. So our budget's up $48K, and it's mostly due to salary and benefits, and then also we're asking for an increase on the City Homeownership Grant Program due to increased demand. So currently we have $75,000 in our budget, and we want to increase it to $100,000. And this is a very, very effective tool to assist home ownership. It's a very popular program, and it helps residents become homeowners by giving them an increase, a grant to help them with the down payment. I have it on another slide that I'll show. And also it helps transition rental homes to owner-occupied, which is a great objective that the city has. The highlights of our budget: Duval Field, we've got 73% completion. We're anticipating completing the whole thing summer 2026, this summer. We've already completed the band shell, the athletic field, the playground, stormwater infrastructure, and fitness stations. And we were able to leverage the cost with program open space funding. We've received a number of grants, over $1.9 million in fiscal year 25. Next slide. Calvert Hills Playground's been completed, and we've put in our budget repaving the pathways throughout the property, which is scheduled in fiscal year 27. Roanoke Place Pocket Park, we're anticipating putting an RFP for design build. We're waiting on a grant for that. Vision Zero, that we're anticipating putting in an RFQ sometime this spring. Pierce Avenue Park, we're finalizing the details. River Road protected bike lanes, that's funded by TLC funds, and it's a 30% design plans completed.
I'm sorry, my fault.
As I mentioned before, with the new neighbors grant, where we're seeking an increase in that, I'm just going to highlight that a little bit. So the city helps with down payments to encourage home ownership, and in 2026, we awarded 7 new neighbor grants. We're not done with our fiscal year, but we've only got $10,000 remaining. And as I said, this is just ongoing. 5 of the grants were given in conjunction with Live Work. 2 were given solely through the New Neighbors program, and 1 received the increased amount available for law enforcement. So again, we're asking for the increase from 75,000, increase of 25,000 to 100,000. Next slide. Oh, you've got it up. Okay, thank you. We're introducing a new program called Walk with a Doc. So what this is to promote College Park residents to engage in healthy practices through walking and through health education. It's we get a local practitioner, medical practitioner, that volunteers their time to walk with residents, and it will be sometime on the weekend. And then the residents can ask questions, and also the medical profession will have some kind of topic, like maybe, lowering your cholesterol or heart health or whatever. And it's just been a very popular program, so we investigated it, and we're looking to start that in June. 4704 Calvert Road, that's the house that the city owns, and this home was built in 1898. It was converted to multifamily, 4 units in the 1970s, and it's been home to long-term renters for a number of years. The house, as I said, has 4 apartments, 2 bedroom apartments on the first floor, and 2 small 1-bedroom apartments on the second floor, and a 1-bedroom apartment on the third floor. The house has not had upgrades for a long time, so there were a number of improvements that were needed, including new kitchens. There was stoves and ovens in there that from the turn of the century. I mean, they were super, super old. So when we had the plumber contractor come in, they said we could bring them into a museum. That's how old everything was. So we updated that, updated the bathroom, refinished the floors, painting, electrical, plumbing upgrades. And the city has brought the house to protected from profit development. So the reason why we purchased it was because there was developers that were interested in putting apartments there, student apartments on that property. Let's see if you switch to the next slide. Okay, 5021 Lakeland Road property. City purchased this property, and we're looking to put a duplex there. 1 unit would face Lakeland Road, and 1 would face 51st. And it includes, we would include a flexible garage space with plumbing for home business, because it was important to the community that this be an income-producing property to help the homeowners. A key challenge is zoning setback adjustment and requires 4 off-street parking spaces. We've also got a community garden in Old Town, and we made several improvements to that in 2025, including a shed for tool and wheel storage, picnic table, replaced the rotten wood on several plots, built a water station. And this year, maintenance is going to be smaller. We're just going to improve 5 plots that need wood replacement. VO, we manage that program, and the popularity has grown to over 275,000 rides a year, 20,000 unique riders. Next slide. Oh, you got it. Okay. Developments that we have in process is the Mark, which is College Park Towers over there. Tear that down and put in new student apartments, 679 units. The Rambler, which is under construction. That's where that, across from Varsity, sort of by McDonald's. And Discovery House, that's under construction. That's 454 dwelling units. And then Branchville Crossing, which was affordable senior housing, that has now received their approval. I did look at opportunities to increase revenues, and one thing I thought of was that the city currently reviews these developments, the Mark, Rambler, Discovery House, Branchville Crossing, for free. the county charges thousands of dollars for a similar review, so we might want to look at putting in some kind of fee for reviewing these structures, which takes a significant amount of staff time. Also, we might want to look at increasing building fees for building permits, which currently we only charge $25 to $50 for the bigger projects. So that might be an opportunity for revenue. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. One question I have about the opportunity to increase revenues. And you said that the county charges thousands of dollars. The city reviews those developments for free. How many developments cases we review per year?
So it varies, of course, due to the market, but it could be anywhere from 4 to 8.
Okay, so it's a little bit. And how much the county charges is $1,000, meaning several thousand?
It's several thousand. I'd have to research it. It's based on the how large that development is. Okay. But I know it's thousands of dollars.
Okay, if you could please bring those data to us, probably we can have a little work session. And
okay.
Does it need council action?
Yes.
This kind of thing? Is it fees and?
Yeah, you have to adopt a fee schedule,
Okay.
and we can do that at the same time we do DPS.
Yeah, at the same time, maybe we can do that. Okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing those ideas. Mr. Ranker? Mr. Hernandez, you're not asking question?
Well, I mean, it's not hard to build in College Park, hence why we have so many we have 16 luxury student apartments. Maybe soon 18, maybe 19, maybe 20. And I'll withhold my private comments.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Simmons.
No, thank you. So I saw in the budget that the community development planner position, which has previously existed, is not included there. I understand from the answers to questions prior to today that the position was inadvertently removed when it was not funded. It will be restored in the budget as an approved but unfunded position through a budget revision. So I think I understand what is happening there from a technical standpoint, but my question becomes, why is that position not funded in this FY27 budget?
Right, so that's just a council decision. If the council wants to fund that position, then they can.
Yeah, it was a matter of dollars. We have to balance the budget. I had to make cuts. I had several cuts. That was one of them that was made. Is that I did not fill that position at this time. It's still an authorized position by the city, but it was last year was not funded because of the same issue. There's only so much funding that we have to go around, and that's one of the hard calls that we made. It's not that we can't use it; it's just limited number of dollars.
2 follow-ups then, one specific to that position, one a bit more general. Specific to that position, what are we not doing that we could be doing if we had that position funded?
If we could have that position, we would have much more capacity. What we're doing right now is just sort of spreading it out. So we're overloading my other 3 staff members.
That's helpful, thank you. More general question, what other positions, if any, are being cut?
Yeah, I can cover those for you. Actually, I think I had a slide later, but there was a communications videographer, multimedia specialist at $79,000 that did not make it through.
I'm sorry, existing positions or previously funded positions, not ones that were requested.
No, that's the only one that was an existing position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question based off of that. How much, in total, is that position to fund? Just so we understand the numbers.
$106,121.
That's with benefits?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have 2 other departments. Does the council think we should be taking a break? Because we are actually lagging behind.
Push through.
Huh? Let's push through. Right. Let's continue. So we have 2 very large ones. One is the YFS, Youth and Family Services, and the other is the Public Works, the biggest one. All right, Ms. Barber, welcome.
Thank you. Still morning, though. Good
It is
morning to the mayor and council. All right. Youth, family, and senior services. So, there we are. My pictures did make it in. There's our fantastic team. I'll start with YFS administration. And overall, the biggest thing that you've heard about already is the request to increase our halftime emergency support specialist, which is currently doing a lot of case management, follow-up, information referrals, in addition to processing applications for the $150,000 that is in the mayor and council budget for emergency support for residents. As I said, the position currently is half-time, and it's occupied by one person who is also allocated to spend the other half of their staff time doing education support. So in fiscal year 27, we are requesting that that position be moved from 0.5 FTE to 1.0 FTE. Hopefully, I can answer questions about that, but those questions were explained in more detail, but it's about the amount of time that it takes to fully administer the grant, and it has several steps. The city and the department remains committed to, obviously, a lot of educational goals, and we are requesting that that position transition to contractual so we can continue to focus on those goals in a cost-efficient manner without having to incur additional benefits, similarly to the AARP lead position, where that position is invoicing against an amount that's in the budget. That's how we are proposing this position move forward in fiscal year 27. For the clinical budget, there's no significant changes in the operational expenses. Here, the increases are more related to, as I think one of the council members' questions, the fact that each of our clinicians had shifted from use of personal devices to getting cell phones this fiscal year. So there's a significant increase in cell phone usage. And there are also some increases in line items for our consultation services. I use the time here to highlight what these clinicians are doing. They're serving more than 200 youth through their clinical services, individual, group, and family therapy, more than 50 parents in support groups. And just speaking to some of the services that we've been talking about in other areas, in youth, family, and senior services as a total, we have 7 staff persons who are bilingual in English and Spanish. In our clinical services, 5 staff persons are available in youth and family when people come in to, from the time they come into the office, and including receiving their clinical services in Spanish. And we have become one of the most sought after bilingual English-Spanish speaking service provider in the county because of that. For our seniors program, another request for increase in a position. I'll start with the contractual part-time program assistant. It's new funding. It would be considered a temporary position because it would be less than 500 hours a year. To support our growing senior social program, it actually, I checked before the time of this meeting, we're actually averaging almost 50 participants a week, and that's up significantly over our last several years. So that contractual part-time position is really to just provide some on-site support during those socials, helping our senior social coordinator deliver services. The socials are currently twice a week, on Thursdays at the College Park Woods facility and on Fridays at the Branchville Fire Department. The other big thing in the department in the seniors program is a half-time bus operator. As was stated earlier, we do have a bus that is not utilized 3 days of the week, and we have the demand that while We are working hard. We could have the capacity to serve more residents through transportation services if we had another half-time bus driver to fill in the gaps on the days that the bus is not in use. We're also very excited. I'm sure you'll hear about that with our Public Works department when they present after me, but we have a new bus coming and we're very excited about that, and thank you for approving that. That actually is coming this fiscal year. Originally thought it wasn't going to be till next, but it's coming. I heard from our Public Works director next week, so that's amazing, and we hope to be able to serve more seniors with that. The other increases in the department are really about these activities and the communications and outreach that we're doing in our seniors program. There's an increase in programming and events. I think that picture up there is a picture of our seniors on a trip with our seniors coordinator on a boat trip. The cost for everything has gone up, from the transportation to chartering the buses to the tickets for the events that the city subsidizes, postage, and then food for social activities and meetings. Those line items saw slight increases in our budget request this year. We appreciate the council's and the resident support for this amazing department that we do have here in the city of College Park. And I'm open to answering any questions that the mayor and council might have about youth, family, and senior services and our budget request this year.
Thank you so much. Any question? Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this service. I think that people recognize what you do to help people that are in crisis, not only children, but parents and seniors. So we are so thankful that we have this asset in our city. One of the concerns that I had was the budget for Neighbors Helping Neighbors. As we know, we've changed. You know, the world has changed. It used to be that you could ask the young man that lived next door to rake your leaves for you for $10 or whatever, but that doesn't exist anymore. So, and we have an aging population. So I just, I wanted to make sure that we are allocating enough money. I know that we can never tell what the weather's going to be. We don't know if we'll ever get a snowcrete again, but I didn't want to have seniors, not taken care of, especially with the Neighbors Helping Neighbors. So, just wanted to bring that up to you. Are you feeling comfortable with that amount?
Thank you for bringing that up. In the Mayor and Council's questions and the answers, I did include a link to the Treasurer's report and the report that we received from Neighbors Helping Neighbors. And in that report, the president and board of Neighbors Helping Neighbors were okay with the $35,000 that's included in this fiscal year's budget. That remains the same from last year. The unique part about the funding of Neighbors Helping Neighbors is they operate on a calendar year, and the city obviously operates on our fiscal year calendar. One of the requests was that they maintain the $35,000 funding and have the council consider, as it becomes necessary, some additional grants that could assist with some of the requests that they get. That request was one option. The other option was to increase the fiscal year grant from $35,000 to $49,500. Right. So that is a request to either consider some additional grants throughout the year or to increase the overall fiscal year budget from Neighbors Helping Neighbors to the council. But just to be clear, it's in the budget for $35,000. It's in the seniors program budget.
I just had one more thing that one of the concerns that has been brought to my attention is the casino night. Is that going to like a place and a casino, or is that like something that they had at the College Park Woods Clubhouse yesterday?
The trip itself?
Yes.
Well, I think it could be both. But that's a communications event.
Okay.
One of the trips that is planned, one of the ones that is subsidized, is where if residents choose to participate in casino activities or restaurants or things like that, they do plan and have gone to a casino or a casino facility where there's an activity that they could participate in.
So the one was done by Raina.
Mhm.
That was, okay. So that's the communications one, and the one with, okay, I'm understanding better.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember, so can you, are you saying you're confused?
No, that was an aside. No question.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thanks, Director Barber. Ma'am, what would you say? So Youth and Family Services has a whole bunch of different programs. I think anytime that we have a miscellaneous item, it goes over under Youth and Family Services. What would you say is your core function?
That's a great question, and thanks for allowing for me to clarify that. The clinical program in terms of youth and family is more than 50 years old, and it is core services of mental health, community-based mental health services. We have licensed clinicians who are providing in-person mental health therapy to community members in College Park, as well as we do serve any resident in Prince George's County with a preference to College Park and a commitment to College Park residents. But we do also receive county and state funding, and so that's how we're able to do that. And that's the core of the work that we do. We have a team of clinical program manager and family therapists who provide those services along with outreach. In the seniors program, it is case management, it is transportation curb to curb, and it is the senior social coordinator. So anything that occurs in the department outside of those core functions, it's being performed right now by myself and our family program specialist, and more recently, the education and emergency support person. So anything outside of those things, it's essentially the admin, and that's me and 1.5 other positions. So the core is for sure our mental health and our case management to vulnerable populations who are experiencing a myriad of things and may not have access to these services otherwise.
And I'm glad we touched on the number of folks that actually utilize our resources, right? And that the funding is coming from more than just the city; it's coming from different folks. I want to say it was 3 or 4 slides back. There was some examples of how you guys, outside of the official counseling services that you're doing, you're bringing and building community. Could you just, usually those programs is not something that we, the council, and I don't think we ever should, get involved with.
Right.
It's something that you all manage. Would you mind just touching a little bit about what those programs do and how they service our residents?
Sure. And I can also speak to, I think it was also mentioned, it reflects some of the increase. Over the past few fiscal years, we've gone from, I think, 2.5 or 2.9 in our family therapists to in our outreach, all of whom were not part-time just 2 fiscal years ago. So we now have full-time staff performing these services, and we have increased our capacities with the council support. We have a long-standing parent support group that specifically services our Spanish-speaking community. It's serving 60 families or more a year, meeting 2 times a week. It's been proven to be a valuable resource expressed through several outcome measurements that we do, and just a well sought after resource that our team does expertly lead clinically and through outreach. Also, with our increased capacity, we've been able to foster more groups, more middle school, more high school groups. We just had a successful parent-child interaction group that occurred on Saturday. It was a few Saturdays ago that we intend to do more of. And so it's those types of community touch points that all of which have they all have a clinical and mental health and community-based need.
Well, what would additional resources to those programs do to your capacity?
Additional resources would enhance those offerings, right? So as we just have been talking about with everything, in order to really fully facilitate a group, we need to make it an experience that isn't just educational or isn't just facilitated by one of our expert team members. Curriculum costs money. Materials to bring the people in, whether it be drums for drumming circles or materials to, we did spring break bags to help support some of our families with not just toys and things, but activities that would support social emotional health during the time that students were not at school and at home, sometimes by themselves or with family. So it would increase our capacity to provide the materials and support that these groups that we're able to offer now do.
Okay, I appreciate that. The last question I have has to do with, well, actually two questions, I'm sorry. One of them is let me just start off with, you have 7 staff who are bilingual, right?
That's correct.
Do they get the bilingual incentive pay, or are they structured in a different capacity?
Some of them who have opted in do.
Okay.
I mean, I think one of the things to understand is that we've been providing the services in both English and Spanish for a long time. In that professional staff, some of them are in the capacity to utilize those services in-house in the services that they do. And we have some other staff who are more available to provide that service at large if requested.
I see. Okay. Mm-hmm. I just mixing it up with the 8 available and
Yeah, I got you.
Just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about, and I don't know what my colleagues feel about this, but like the quality of services of converting a full-time position currently, right, for the education program to a contractual program at the $40,000 mark. What concerns me is we have a number of different programs, and maybe we need to provide you a little bit more strategic direction as to what we do in terms of education. But like, it's a hefty request from whoever the incumbent is to maintain those relationships, to get people to write the grants, process all of that. What's your recommendation? I guess your recommendation is to change it to contract, but like, it just concerns me for the quality of service we're going to receive for that.
A bit of clarification there. Currently, the original intent for the education support was to provide administrative support for a very specific program that the council funded coming out of the pandemic, and it was for the online tutoring program. So the services that you're referring to, like the relationship with the schools in the processing of the grants and the going to the schools, those services have been provided by myself and the family support specialist, was formerly the executive assistant. Okay. So the ask of the education support specialist had not been to necessarily perform those duties, rather more to administer the tutoring program with some other functions that I would assign to that position. But it's me that we have a MOU with Prince George's County Public Schools. It's me that serves as the liaison to the education support, to the Education Advisory Committee each month. So that remains, and that's been a core part of the services that myself and the family support specialists have been doing. So I do think that the $40,000 annually and the tasks that the council has put on education support in the way it's been done would support still the goals.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I guess, please.
Care Solace is in here, right?
Yeah, Care Solace is still being funded. It's not in the youth and family budget, although I do play a key role along with the city manager in monitoring what those services look like for the city.
Thank you.
Is that with ARPA funds still, the last year of ARPA funds?
Yes, this year is the last year of that funding.
So next year we should anticipate, if we want to remain with them, a $60,000.
80.
Excuse me? $80,000.
I think it's 80. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, finally, we come to Public Works. Thank you so much for waiting. The biggest department.
Yes, sir. Good day. Good morning. Is
Still
everyone
morning.
awake? Last but not least, I'd like to just take a minute to go over a little quick intro overview of the department, some of the things we've done, some of the challenges we have. So I'm here to present the 27 budget for Public Works, which is on pages 85 through 122. DPW is organized into 6 divisions, and we have the administration, engineering, fleet, solid waste, buildings, parking lots, and grounds. Over the past year, our 55 staff have remained dedicated to our core functions, including solid waste management, street maintenance, buildings and grounds. We worked on emergencies, winter storms, and a host of other responsibilities. I'm really fortunate to have a great group of hardworking staff that works at DPW. They're dedicated employees, and I want to thank Mr. Young for his support for our department, for our staff, and our department. Our commitment to innovation and sustainability has yielded results this year through the implementation and now routine operation of the College Park Connect, the CRM, and our GoGov work order system. You know, that has really made a big difference for our improved service delivery by our residents that request service. Our sustainability initiatives are also showing great promise. The curbside food scrap collection program has already diverted more than 50 tons of waste this fiscal year, and we've still got 2.5 months to go, but we do need help with more participants. We want to get more participants, so anything that that council could do to help us push that a little more would be great. Further, our bulk trash tonnage remains down from what it was back in 2020. We're down roughly 300 tons compared to the 2020 numbers. Household refuse remains lower by like 330 tons of trash. It seemed to spike up just a little bit over the last year, but we're working hard to try to bring that back down. These figures and these programs demonstrate a clear shift in our city in terms of sustainability and in terms of how we handle our materials. We still have a lot of work to do. We're working closely with code enforcement to look at and investigate certain properties that may not be doing the right thing, and they've been very helpful moving forward, and we will continue to do drive-arounds and working with our solid waste crews to see where we can improve. We're also committed to our urban tree canopy through our partnership with Casey Trees. That has been a really great relationship, and our city tree ordinance has really helped the city in terms of understanding what is happening with the tree canopy on private property and how many requests we get in. We're really busy at this time with requests, and our tree arborist, our city arborist, Mr. Wigglesworth, he's quite busy right now, but he's doing a great job, and we're focused on increasing our canopy. Another initiative, the CBE battery-powered lawn equipment, and our battery-powered mowing contract. I don't know another city right now that just has strictly battery-powered mowers, but that's what we're using to do all of our grass cutting. We're really proud of that. We made that happen last year in a contract that was approved by mayor and council. Our ongoing electrical infrastructure upgrades and transition to EV and hybrid vehicles further align our strategic carbon reduction goals. Looking forward in the future, DPW budget, this budget reflects a 9% increase, necessitated largely by one full-time FTE position, the GIS tech, and also really big external pressures in terms of inflation and the cost of just doing business. We are navigating significant cost increases driven by inflation. Rising utility rates are really have really increased this budget for us. That's probably another big factor. Vehicle replacement costs. Prices have skyrocketed. These dump trucks and trash trucks we have to buy have almost doubled in price over the last 5 or 6 years. And hey, it was mentioned earlier, the fluctuating fuel prices and maintenance materials and repair materials for vehicles. So to mitigate these, we continue to prioritize fiscal efficiency by utilizing our cooperative contracts that are available for us through COG and regional contracts that we can piggyback on for asphalt, for road salt, for fuel. We do all those things now. However, as the city grows, and we continue to grow every year, our physical infrastructure must follow. And, we are currently facing a critical need for expanded facility space to support our staff and our operations. Specifically, we're recommending strongly that we look at exploring a long-term lease for our Prince George's Board of Education property that our composting is done on. We could really utilize that property much more efficiently with more sustainable programs that we could implement. We could also work on processing food scraps right here in the city if we had the space to do that. But we're so tight in that facility that we just don't have the room. Expanding our footprint would allow us to consider food scrap processing in-house, reducing our travel, our contract costs and our travel costs to take it down to PG Organics, while, assisting neighboring municipalities possibly. So, we've reviewed our 19 programs in this budget, and I'll start out with administration. So we're up 134K, but most of that is really an increase in the operating in terms of lawn rebate, some increase in Bee City. We increased our CDL training for our employees. We had 3 employees this year get their CDL licenses, so this program creates upward mobility for our employees, which we're really proud of doing. So we added a little bit of money in there for an extra employee. The chart there, we're really proud of that chart because our core functions are about customer satisfaction. That's what we do. And, our numbers there we're really proud of those numbers. Our employees know what those numbers relate to. They are involved in those numbers, and I think it just demonstrates what a good operation we have out on the street with our employees. So I'll move on to engineering. So I'm going to let Mr. Halpern discuss a little bit. He's got one new request for a GIS engineering tech position, and I'll let him elaborate on that and his program.
Good morning. Just to let you know what the GIS analyst engineering tech will be doing. He'll be supplementing the coordinator and myself. He's going to support operations of public works at engineering. The individual will be collecting data, managing and analyzing data. He'll be working with us in administering, managing, and inspecting capital or CIP projects and our payment management work. He's going to be monitoring all public utility construction and permitting of all work within our public right-of-way. He's going to assist in collecting and analyzing traffic data, preparing maps and with acquired and developed GIS data sets. He's going to assist with maintaining the city's ArcGIS online products, including our ArcGIS dashboards, story maps, and he'll be developing additional maps as needed. I guess the highlights of engineering in the last 5 years, for pavement management, we, I don't know word, 18 years, let's see. Last 5 years, 18 miles of streets were paved, and the city only paid for 5 of those miles. The rest have been paved by utility companies and developers. This past year, we serviced Indian Lane, Erie Street, Cree Avenue, and 51st Avenue. This first year since I've been here, we actually assisted Public Works with our contractor to help open up streets during our Snowcrete storm. Currently, we have 2 streets under design for sidewalks, Wellesley Drive and 48th Place, and we have Ruotan Street under construction. That's, and we provide services to all the other departments here as needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So we did put Steve to work in the snow. Okay, we put our engineering staff out there, all right? But they did a tremendous job also. They did. Moving on to Fleet.
Yeah,
Okay,
please go
sure.
Sure.
Mr. Halpern, I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit on whether the design and engineering amount on 530110 is enough to really move forward with our city's commitment to sidewalks and walkability. You have 10,500. I know that there's more in the CIP, but I just wanted to, I should have asked you this, but I do apologize for that.
That money's there for seed money to see if a project is worthy for us to do some investigation to determine the scope.
Does that seem to be adequate?
It's been adequate for the years.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
What happened is that afterwards, if it's deemed worthy, then it goes into the CIP. And
So we wanted to have a little placeholder for that. I mean, that number's been the same for many years, and engineering studies are not getting cheaper. They're getting a lot more expensive, right? And so we wanted to have a little bit of room there, and that's why we added that into that line item. Moving on, unless there's another question.
Are we doing Mr. Halpern, or are we waiting for the end of Director Marsili? I want to make sure I'm in order. Mr. Halpern, thanks for all the things that you do. One of the things that we had talked about previously, and I don't know if this is just one of the conversations similar to the parking, but we had talked about doing a study on Rhode Island Avenue, given all of the changes from the new bicycle lanes to lowering the speed limit, to potentially consider putting in a street light or some sort of traffic calming measure, because during peak hours it is very difficult for egress out of the Rhode Island Service Road. Is that something that we need to talk about right now, or how much would that cost if we need to go back with council here and have that conversation?
I think that's something we can't really talk about right now. It's I'll be looking into the toolbox, looking at what we've done is do a follow-up study since we've incorporated Rhode Island Avenue. And we found that the RRFBs are actually 60% compliant, except for when we have people coming through here just blowing by.
Just to keep it to the budget discussion, because I don't want to make, and I'm sorry I didn't even begin to prep on this, but the parking study surprise here that happened earlier, where we're like, oh, it's not in the budget. I just want to make sure I know that you'll have the money available, right? How much would a study typically cost to do to evaluate whether or not a streetlight is needed and where?
Well, about $10,000 per
Okay.
intersection.
What's that? Per intersection?
Per intersection.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question for Mr. Harper?
I'm sorry, this is just related to streetlights. Do we operate any streetlights in the city?
Yes, the Berwyn Road, it's a metered, Lackawanna Street, they're metered systems. Down here, downtown area, they're metered systems.
Okay, thank you.
Most are Pepco. Okay.
But we would have to put the funds in to see if there's the viability of putting one up, right?
I have enough for one study, but not many studies.
When you say many, you mean intersections?
If you want me to look at all the intersections.
On Rhode Island Avenue?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, let me figure that out.
Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. Fleet services, up 80. Most of that is salaries and wages. Some of that is utility increases, and we're installing a OnStar tracking on our fleet, all of our vehicles on our fleet, for management and for safety for our operators in our city vehicles. We are piloting a camera in the vehicle. It's in my vehicle. So we're piloting that as well, and that's part of that. But those are the main increases, but the highlights are, I don't know if everyone knows this, we've got a bunch of EV units. We've got 6 EV sedans. We got 3 EV vans that are around the city. We got a EV sweeper. We got 7 hybrids. We got 14 EV chargers in Public Works to support all this. And we're continuing to improve in our carbon reduction this fiscal year in this budget with additional EV sedans. Moving on. Waste management, solid waste management. The big thing in refuse is a $90 a ton. The increase in tonnage at the landfill, and we've budgeted for that in our refuse. And recycling is pretty flat. Basically, all of these in an operating budget are pretty flat. We got a little increase in the compost yard because the screener that we use to screen our compost, the price of that's going up to bring that into the yard and to screen our material. So I mentioned already that we've diverted over 300 tons of food scrap. We sold 2,009 cubic yards of compost last year. And the next chart on the next page, we're really proud of these numbers. We got a little bit of fluctuation in there, but it's clearly defining a change in our city in terms of solid waste behavior. And as far as recycling, one thing I'd like to say about recycling is that, materials are being made lighter. Like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you could put, the water bottles and the aluminum cans, and you're going to get a whole lot more weight at the landfill. And, we see our numbers came down from 20, but I just wanted to mention that the plastic bottles, the aluminum cans, if you drop an aluminum can now, it just explodes, right? The soda cans. And so things are lighter. You got less newspaper You know, before you had a lot more paper material, and so I just wanted to mention that. Streets and parking lot management, we have, what do we have? Street maintenance, most of that increase is a Pepco street lighting bill, and that's what that increase is. Like we had mentioned, that the utility bills have really significantly increased, and that's one of them. And for snow and ice control, we had a slight increase. I would like to say that I want to thank the city manager. The lodging was a big key item for us to be able to keep the city clear on that Snowcrete event that we had. And that allowed our employees to be here, to make a quick shift change, to stay out on the roadways, to clear the roads. And having that lodging available for our employees was a key thing for us to be able to do what we did. So I want to mention that. We did increase that just a little bit, but signage, we increased a little bit, only for additional materials, flex posts and things. We got a ton of flex posts out there right now, and they're doing a good job with what they do. We had a rough winter. We had a lot of plowing going on, and so we need to keep a stock of those. Our street cleaning, we're partnered with the 4 cities. We partner with Berwyn Heights, New Carrollton, Greenbelt, College Park to do street cleaning in the city every 9 times a year for 2 weeks. We pick up, if you can, imagine 51 tons of debris, dirt, sediment, whatever is on the streets. That's what we picked up so far this fiscal year off of the streets from street sweeping and our sweeper operation. As far as the parking garage, we increased that a little bit, but we're going to be trying to put out a larger project here in the next year to do some more significant repairs. The parking garage is in very good shape, but it is 13, 14 years old now, and we've got some additional work to do in there. We also have, in the CIP, we'll talk about that later, we've got a brand new elevator replacement that we want to make happen in there. We're going to try to do that this summer when everyone's away, but that's going to be an impact to the availability of the elevator for some weeks, but we're working on that. What else? Like most of these salary increases, our staff, so we get call-ins for, whatever, sick, vacation, personal issue, FMLA, all of these things happen every day. And we have to move people around to different programs. And sometimes that's why you see some of these salary numbers fluctuating a little bit. The staff is the same. It's the same staffing, and the numbers are the numbers, but they just got placed in a different bucket when we moved them. And I just wanted to make that point. Snow season, well, Snowcrete was the one last year, but, we did have several contractors available. We do have a supplemental plan for major events, large events, and the one thing to remember is you can only deploy what you can manage, okay? And we did have small equipment available, Bobcats. I thought we did a very good job with managing all of that equipment. And so if there's any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. Where are we? Grounds, buildings and grounds. So this program has several, I guess, larger increases in it. Not that large, but new programs, okay? We got Duval Field in this program here, in various places in here. It's in building maintenance. There's, that project is going to have buildings and amphitheaters and lighting and you name it. So, the utility bill is going to go up over there. The maintenance is going to go up, and we built in some numbers for this year, and we're going to learn a lot this season coming and this year with it. We didn't want to go too hard on these numbers, but we put in what we thought was reasonable for the maintenance now that we're going to have to take care of there. Everything's going to be brand new, so we don't anticipate a whole lot of maintenance, but we will be on trash, recycling every day, probably a couple of times a day, so we got field maintenance. We're going to have the turf is going to have special treatment on it. No pesticides, no synthetic fertilizers or anything, but we're going to have special treatment on the turf to make sure that we do surf treatment, custom fertilization, spring and summer, core aeration, soil relief and seeding, for the field and the amphitheater. All those things are going to keep the field looking really good, and that's our focus. Irrigation system there. What else did I want to mention? I think that's it. I mean, unless anyone has any questions. I know there's a question possibly on the tree maintenance, but I'm ready to answer any questions.
Sure. Is there any question before we break out for lunch? On this.
On the building and ground division, I don't know if this is. Yeah, can we add the city streetscape? Some of those wooden stages are beginning to bow. So they're starting to bend a little bit. I don't know if that would be you all that it would fall under. Yes,
that's
sir.
us. We treat those every year, once a year. There's a treatment we do on them in the spring, once a year. We clean them. We don't power wash them. We clean them with mild detergent and soap and water, and then we treat them with I can't remember the exact name of it. Starts with a P.
Okay.
But we paint all of those every year.
Okay. I it wasn't in the thing, and I know that there's it needs some attention. The second one is you referenced a long-term lease. I'd caution the body to lease if we can purchase.
Exactly.
And that might be a larger conversation, not for here, but just recognizing that you guys need new space or more space to expand some of your operations. I just want to note it. And then, has there been any consideration in discussions about how to upgrade or potentially renovate Davis Hall? It's just I just ask right now more just the arbitrary, because it's quite an antiquated building, and it's just been around for a while.
It's been around a while. Yes, there is discussions, and I know that the city manager and public services director are looking at emergency management possibly being part of that facility. That would involve significant design and update for the building. So I believe that, and Kenny, Mr. Young can speak further on that, but I know that that's in the works. So if that, I hope that
I'm more
answers your
thinking just
question.
long term, what we should be thinking about how to strategically plan for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, what else?
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight on the positions that I know there were questions on under signage. When I went through and just added up all the motor vehicle operator positions across each of the different departments, it actually added to 15.95. So you might need to, but it's shown on page 85 as 13. So you might need to go and change, because I know that you're moving things around, which is fine, but
yeah, I noticed the same thing, and I've got one of my staff is actually balancing all those numbers out, because I noticed it wasn't right either. So
it's a lot of tables.
It's a lot of tables trying to match back. So we're working on that, and it will be corrected for the final copy.
Great. And then similarly, on page 85, you have the admin assistant for the FY26 budget, I think was 1.15, but I expect it probably is static and probably just 1.5 like it was last year and as you're proposing now. I know that we asked questions on this already, but on the page 107 regarding the contingency, just to make sure I'm understanding, this would be against both operational costs as well as like overtime or salaries that basically you're saying, okay, we can spend up to this amount if we need to, but we don't expect to, so we're putting it in. Is that accurate?
That's pretty much correct. I mean, our budget here pretty much handled most of what we just had this winter, and that was utilizing contractors and additional equipment. Not a lot of it, but you know, we haven't had to use contractor forces for quite a while. So that's just, I think, and Shannon can speak to that a little bit, but that's just an emergency there, contingency. If we do get a blizzard and we work 2 weeks straight and we have to, you know, have additional equipment in to do what we need to do.
And I think
Yeah, and that's
maybe
exactly right. It's just, it's there, but it's not, that's why it's a negative number. You don't want it to show it as money that they can actually use, but it's there in case it's needed, and then it will go charged against that. So but we didn't want to overinflate their actual budget by putting it in there and showing it as actual money they could use but if needed, you can use it, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah, I guess part of my question was that the overall operating budget is a negative number then, right? So if it's negative 30,000 is how much you actually have to spend. That seems weird unless you're counting that against overtime, in which case you have a $50,000 budget unless there's a snow event and then you have to spend it against it. So it's just the financial accounting I was looking to understand.
It is weird, but yeah, it works out at the end, so yeah.
This qualifies as, maybe it's a, you know, too small amount in this whole thing to be talking about, but it's something that my neighbors and residents have brought up is on 87, the big increase on the bottled water. And I saw your response there. Man, maybe you can clarify, maybe this is just an example of bad title here. If this is water that is put in a cooler on ice when people go out and are spending the day outside, you know, I think that's perfectly fine. If it's people sitting around in the offices just grabbing, you know, bottles of water, that's where a lot of folks are unhappy. So maybe you can clarify.
Sure. This is for our crews out on the street. When COVID hit, everything went to sanitized. Everything had to be sanitized. We got bottled water. We used to have the coolers that you push the little button in a little cup, and you know, how clean is that? How sanitary is that? OSHA regulations today are different, and it's much more difficult to try to make sure that your crews have sanitary coolers that they're using every day than to have bottled water. They like the bottled water. We monitor the bottled water. We've started having them bring the plastics back to the yard and put it in our recycling containers.
But I think what you're saying is this is not people sitting around in the offices grabbing bottles of water. This is just for the people going out, which is what I expect, and that's what I want to make sure our folks know, is that we're not being wasteful, you know, sitting around in the offices chugging bottled water.
No, we're not being wasteful. I can guarantee you that. And I understand your concern.
Thank you. It's a good question. All right, finally, Councilmember Simmons.
Quick question. What is the GIS analyst position funded at?
What is that? What grade is that? Teresa, can you help me? What's that grade on the analyst?
Grade The total for salary and weight and benefits is 88,612. If I don't know exactly what grade that is, but if you do,
I'm thinking it's grade 110, if I'm not mistaken.
Page 88.
110?
Yeah.
I think we 110.
Hourly wages, 100%. 94.
What's the grade? You don't know?
Yeah, the second line item on page 89. On the hourly wages.
So I think part of the question is it doesn't show up in the salary, it shows up in hourly. So is that an hourly position or is it a salaried position?
It's an hourly position.
Hourly wages, 510020.
Let me see here.
So just so I'm clear, it's hourly wages. They are not a salaried position, and it's at about 88,000. Is that what I gathered?
Includes
Yes.
benefits.
so it's 66,045 is what it comes out to as just salary, then plus benefits.
Okay, so the 88 is got it fully
Yes.
loaded.
Or it's not salary, it's hourly, but yeah. Okay, yeah. I
Mr.
said salary, but that's hourly.
So Marcelli, I have a question on the Bobcat that that is a very good decision, and I'm very happy that the council supported that. We purchased, I believe, 2 weeks ago.
Yes, one Bobcat.
One Bobcat. Is that good enough? Do you need more help from us? Because the reason I'm asking, the city is huge, and we have about 55 miles of streets, and the event that happened this year is very unusual. And cleaning up at the corner, those kind of Bobcats really helpful at close to the ADA access from the street side.
Yes.
I'm just curious. Is it one Bobcat? How many Bobcats do you have now?
We have 2 Bobcats and 3 other pieces of equipment that do sidewalk work and do landscape work and have buckets. But is one Bobcat enough to do what we got with the Snow Creek? No way. But
Yeah.
you know, that was a once in a 50-year storm. For us to ramp up to be able to, you know, take care of that in 2 days, we would need quadruple the amount of Bobcats. But if that were snow, we'd have been able to move that out of the way really quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, it's a question of whether we should be buying, say, 10 of them and just leaving them aside.
Well,
There's a storage issue as well.
I think what we do is try to balance what we're purchasing versus what is needed.
Right.
On a everyday situation in terms of vehicles and equipment. I'd love to buy 10 Bobcats to have available, but you know, we have other vehicles in other departments to support that have needs as well. But I think, you know, downtown here in the high pedestrian areas, we learned a lot from that storm. You know, we learned how to, you know, allocate equipment. We worked a crew downtown with 2 Bobcats and a backhoe. We can rent this equipment when we need it. That's the thing. We don't necessarily have to have it on hand sitting around if we're not going to utilize it. And, you know, we've got our asphalt contractor available. We've got our several other contractors would be happy to help us with Bobcats or with backhoes. So I think we're in pretty good shape, Mr. Mayor, for
Thank you.
You know,
Just wanted to
for
help
that.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. If there is no, is lunch here? Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, so I know you mentioned it kind of briefly, but I think that mayor and council needs to hear this clearer. The Stone property, I think, you know, we need to look at that a lot more aggressively than we have in the past. With the density that we forecast, especially with the governor's initiatives and the demand for housing, in order to maintain a sustainable environment, I think, that municipalities and counties, and I think we serve a really good example in the county, possibly up to the state level with our recycling and leaf composting and food scrap composting programs. It would be great to expand the food composting and preserve the leaf composting areas, because we're getting more and more density of people in this area, and we need to allocate more efforts into recycling and composting. And we have a very good program here with the recycling. It's very clean compared to other municipalities. Again, that's through the efforts of this program. And we are just out of space there at Public Works.
So you're suggesting so that staff could look into acquiring that property
Stone
and
property.
Stone Straw?
I know we've looked at it in the past and not seen the value of acquiring it as much as I think it's
I know Mr. Young looked
really
into it.
important now.
Do you want to comment on that?
There's been a buyer actually of that particular property. As we were looking at it before, there's a new owner. It's a construction company out of Montgomery County, I believe. But I can get with Michael and see if they're amenable. But that's another discussion on the CIP.
Certainly. And Board of Education, we're not quite sure they will be giving us another 100-year lease or something. We approached them. That wasn't.
We have meetings scheduled with the Board of Education coming up within it's either next week or the week after, to explore the new leaderships and see if we can make something happen there.
There will be a lease, right? Not necessarily.
Well, I think we're going to try and approach it not as a purchase, but and have the lease as a backup, like a very, very, very long-term lease, like 100 years or something.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for looking into it. But I agree with Councilman where we need to expand it because it's maxed out. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Well,
Any
one
other
thing,
questions?
could I add one thing
Certainly.
to the conversation? We, on our cleanup days, we have 25 cubic yards of food scrap, not food scraps, but soil out of our food scraps that was brought in from Prince George's Organics, where we take our food scrap, where our city residents take the food scrap. We had some brought back, and anyone that's in the program can get some nutrient soil at our facility made from somebody's food scrap. I'm not sure if it's all ours, right? But there's some there. That was one of the requests that we had probably a year or two ago, that the residents wanted to know if we could get some of that material back that they could use, and we did that. So just wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Please do share that information.
Yeah, that's going out Monday
Going out,
morning.
okay.
Yes.
The flyer or something. Okay.
Pardon me?
Information. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a flyer or something. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Certainly.
Can I have one quick thing?
Certainly.
Just for Councilmember Simmons, on that engineering position on page 150, you'll find it listed under pay grade 111.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had seen that.
Okay.
I just didn't know where in the grade it was anticipated to fall.
For the grade. Okay. Thank you so much. Do you have the lunch outside? Not. Yes. So how about we take 10 minutes break and have a working lunch, and Mr. Young, you can continue
All right, Mayor, Council, just going forward, I think Mr. Olive showed this slide a little bit earlier. It's really just a roundup of the CIP projects. I won't go through them all right here, but it's so that people can understand just where most of our work is. Vehicle replacement program, $654,000 ongoing. Obviously, touched on that earlier, as well as right now the property acquisition fund. The balance is $2.2 million. We didn't add any additional in there currently. So, property acquisition ongoing for FY 2026. We acquired the Davidson property, 5021 Lakeland, 8811 Rhode Island, 8807 Rhode Island. And in FY 2027, we're looking to potentially acquire or annex particular properties, and those discussions will be coming to you soon in the next few weeks. We have CNET ongoing for $200,000. Those are very limited in how we can expend those funds. We can utilize those funds for building out our fiber network within our city, to our city facilities, as well as utilizing it for things like our council chamber video upgrades if we need to upgrade things like that. Our North College Park Community Center, each year we've been putting aside $250,000. We have a total of $1.5 million set in there. That's the 15% of the original, 10% of the original amount of the project. However, that project is now, I think it's close to about $24 million project. We have an agreement that's will be coming to you shortly to just obligate that $1.5 million that we set aside for the project. We also have our facilities capital reserve at $1.4 million. We have elevator replacement in the parking garage under that. We also have our facilities capital reserve also ongoing. We have $1.4 million there. Some of the projects we support there is the 4704 Calvert Road. We have the Roanoke Place Pocket Park, the Pierce Avenue Community Garden, North College Park Community Garden, Calvert Hills Playground, and then 8807 Rhode Island Avenue, 8811 Rhode Island Avenue as well. And what we typically charge against those accounts are things, a lot of the engineering studies and work that we have to do ahead of the actual project. Then we have Duval Field renovation, $9.4 million total at completion is what we're estimating at this time. We have streets and sidewalks at $3.1 million. This is in the Public Works planning area. So we have the Safe Streets program, 48th Place, Bowdoin, and Wesley projects. Then we also have the Park Drive. We cover streetlights in there, sidewalks. We also have Dartmouth, Branchville, Edgewood, and 52nd Avenue, and project in Crystal Springs. And then we have our College Park Woods Clubhouse at $148,000. We actually just completed the acoustic panels here in about 2 weeks ago at that facility. So that is something that a lot of our residents that utilize that had looked for. And then we're looking to add in 27 more of a rear patio and garden area in the back of that facility. We also have the old parish house. We have some interior renovations that we need to do there, the flooring, a few other things, all interior type work that has to take place. We finished most of the exterior work a few years ago, and we're estimating that it's going to be about $40,000 worth of work there. Our Public Works Facilities Improvement Fund, this is to start a design of our Emergency Operations Center and renovations of Davis Hall.
And then we have a replacement vehicle program ongoing, obviously, for $654,000. Then we have our CCTV. We have $75,000 placed in here to replace aging cameras and upgrade and expand our speed cameras. One of the things that this will be bringing to you, an item here within, how long is that going to be? Like till we get the Hitachi stuff. How long is that going to be?
Yeah, probably this summer.
So probably sometime this summer, we'll be bringing to you our review of all of our camera systems, where we can look to deploy them, how much that's going to cost, how we can phase that in. It's one of those projects we can't do it all at once. We definitely have to be a multi-year capital project. We also have our parking enforcement equipment replacement at $75,000. And that's to repair and replace all of our parking equipment, including our handheld ticket writers and pay stations, as well as part of that project, it brings on some of the additional apps that people have access to. So I have here some future considerations for CIP. Acquire the Public Works Department mulch site in Hollywood Dog Park from the Board of Education. The Hollywood Dog Park, we've put over $1.5 million already into the facility, so it would make sense for us to be able to actually acquire that facility if at all possible. The mulch yard, same difference. We have many of our sustainability programs that we run out of that particular location that we could utilize. We could utilize a little bit more property, as kind of been stated before by Public Works, to expand our operations just a little bit. We also need to replace the ground of the mulch at the dog park with a different surface, and that's something that's kind of an ongoing thing you have to do. Not sure if that's every 10 years or so, but if I recall, every 10 years that's going to be required. So that's an ongoing maintenance thing that we need to be looking at. We have to look at redesign of the second floor office space at City Hall to accommodate additional personnel in the future. We're looking at how we could potentially convert one of our file cabinet rooms with the old file cabinets that were in there. We can find storage for files and utilize that space rather than will give us a little bit of time before we have to consider potentially the next item, which is acquire the 2 floors at City Hall from UMD. We have the ability to purchase the upper 2 floors from the University of Maryland right now. In our agreements, it gives us in year 40 is when it was originally expected that we'd be ready to potentially exercise that. I think it will be way before year 40 that we'd be ready for that, but we also have to think about how much time that the university is going to need in order to look at their possibilities of where they would relocate their staff. So, it's definitely several years out to talk about, but and I think they'll be open to it. But what that does also mean is that we take on a more percentage cost of this building and facility as well. So that's something that has to be factored into there. We also have the again, the potential renovation, reconstruction of Davis Hall and our DPW operational facility, and establishment of an emergency operations center. We think we might be able to combine all of those into one type facility. Many other jurisdictions in this area have been able to do that. Obviously, Davis Hall needs to be expanded considerably if we're going to continue to use it for elections and a meeting space for residents. It's very small and compact, so it really doesn't get a lot of use. And the location's great. It's just the amount of usage that we get out of that facility is not great. Again, we have the CCTV and the LPRs. LPRs are the license plate reader modifications and upgrades. The ones we currently have are all old and outdated. Lucky for us, the UMPD, they feed into UMPD's system. However, we're still working on actually getting to be able to get feeds off our own cameras with the university. So we're trying to work that out with them. And then we also have the replacement of the Lomax water fountain at Pete Branch Elementary School on Pierce Avenue and 51st in Lakeland, which we have an estimated cost of about $50,000 to $60,000 to be able to do that. It's definitely something that's been requested by the residents of that neighborhood. Oh, yes, I had one more that I meant to put on this list, which was the Pepco streetlight conversion to LED. So there's a lot going on in that space right now. We're in, there's a Pepco rate case, which is coming up in May. We'll know a little bit more. Robert and Steve have been pretty active with us on this. I can let them speak to it a little bit. Identifying which streetlights are our responsibility, and which are the states and which are the counties. We've gone through that process and identified every single streetlight. We knew more about what streetlights they had out there than they did as the public utility, which is kind of scary. And so we're working through that process, but if we want to acquire them, we know and actually own and operate the system ourselves, we know that'll be about $3 million to purchase all of our poles. The issue for us right now is we don't know what the requirements are. So we don't know really that we'd recommend us doing that. There may be another rate option that comes forward after our discussions and negotiations with Pepco. Kind of hopeful that would be the case, so that we don't have to get into another business of and operate them. But it may be the best for our residents, and we'll make a run through. We've had about 3 different consultants take a look at our situation. And each come up with a little bit different methodology. They're kind of in the same ballpark, about $3 million. But that would require us also taking on that customer service aspect of, no longer are you calling the Pepco, you're calling us, right? If the street light's out and getting that repaired. But it's doable. Many other cities across the country do it. With that, that's all I had. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm sure there are lots of questions. I have a question on this street, complete street project, sidewalk and street. If you could please go back a couple of slides. Sidewalk. Yeah. So the first bullet, safe streets. What is that? Is there any? I know the other 3, we know that those are streets. So what is the first bullet? Safe streets.
I think that was a grant.
Is that a street? I don't think it's the street name.
There's a Project Zero. So the City of College Park, or our department, planning department, is seeking a grant for Project Zero, and it's to do a comprehensive study on all the streets, all the ways of transportation. And Project Zero, the intent is to bring down fatalities down to 0. So they look at all modes of transportation. So we're looking at pedestrians and e-bikes, e-scooters, bicycles, and vehicles. And so we put in funding for that. So
Okay.
that would be the Safe Streets.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's not a sidewalk project. And I have another question on the Lomax Walter, the water fountain and Paint Branch Elementary School. I think for the
Yeah, the last one on future.
oh, the last one. Yeah, is that so? The school is a county school. Why the city is doing this?
Let Robert handle that one. He's been dealing with that.
Well, yeah. That has a electrical service outside. We've been maintaining that since they built it. It's on their property, but they take no responsibility for it. And we have been trying to maintain that fountain. It's at the end of its life. I believe it was put in the 90s. And 2004, it was a project that the mayor and council approved at that time. It was, but you know, the fountain's getting very difficult to maintain. It just needs to be replaced, and we need to put a new one in. And it probably will be a little more than those numbers, but we do have one estimate. We were surprised that it was that much, but I think it was 70, but it needs to be replaced. We can get it going this year and probably get it up and running, but it's one of those projects that I think is important to get done.
It is important. It's very visible at the very visible place on the street. But have we tried asking the county to replace it? But they did not.
That we're having trouble with the grass around the fountain, not alone but
maintaining it.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a great project for us to try to get done.
Certainly. Thank you. This.
You forgot a police station on the CIP. I'm just kidding. But listen, haha. All right, listen. How much do you think? Just kidding. A round number. If we were to try to do all the things that are up there in the next 3 or 4 years. Or just how long, I guess, are you expecting to have to lead with those projects? Because CIPs are usually 5-year programs, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably close to 30 million, maybe more.
Okay. So 30 million, maybe more. I'm just trying to think of it strategically, right? Like from the funds that we have to the programs that we've got going on. And then I think if I remember the tax rate that I saw earlier, we still have the lowest residential and I think commercial tax rates in the county. I'm just talking it out loud here. But you don't ask your residents for money or even the commercial properties when you need it, right? You ask for it beforehand. You start preparing strategically long term. So I mean, I don't know how the rest of the council feels on these various projects, and it's something that we should probably actually talk about during our strategy session. What is it that we want to prioritize, given the fact that, there is quite a lot of different projects up here that matter for city operations. So, can you remind me what the commercial tax rate is at? 38.5? Okay. I know that when we last talked about this, about two years ago, you had asked for 43 cents or something. I tried to settle at 40, and then we ended up at 38.5. I'm not, and by no means am I suggesting raising the tax rate for our residents. I'm just looking at what makes sense, given the fact that we have a few developments coming on board, and how we can best prepare and plan. In terms of the CIP projects that are existing, some that come to mind are the Duval Field project. I mean, it's just I thought I had originally seen it at 7.2, and I think that's what I was it's not at 9.8. Could you just talk to me a little bit about what that large 2.6 million delta looked like?
$9.4 million.
9.4. Okay. All right. Hey, we got to say what we can.
And we brought each one of those change orders to council, and that was about 3 months ago. It had to do with originally the main one that was the increase was we went from grass seed to sod for the entire project so that we could bring it on sooner, so that the grass could establish sooner. Otherwise, it would have been probably the fall before we could open it up and start using it. As it is, we'll probably be sometime in June, July, be able to open the facility and start utilizing it once it settles. Trying to think of the other items. There were a couple of construction items that we just there's no other way around it. They weren't originally factored into the plans, and so we did have to adjust through a change order, which we all hate the change order process, but there were two change orders that had to come through. One was like a utility relocation that we had to do. There's another one having to do with the railing as you go down Rhode Island.
Yes.
And how it was designed to be anchored, and we needed to make an adjustment to make it how it should be safely installed. So I know those were the three major ones I think that increased the cost.
Okay. And then the North College Park Community Center. This is the last $250,000. The last time that we talked about this, there was a question as to whether or not it was for the design or the build out. And then we also saw an RFP in December. Could you give us a quick update on that, and if we're going to have to pay any more money for this?
No, our obligation was, and we had capped it at $1.5 million. Regardless, and it was actually a good thing we did, because we had done it originally as a percentage, and then what some of the council members were concerned about at that time was having seen projects with the county and other agencies just kind of skyrocket, and originally it was estimated at 15 million, and so and now it's around 20. I want to say 24 or 25 million is where they're at. So we're still only at 1.5 million, but it still gives us the opportunity to have our farmers market at that location. It also allows us to utilize some of the facilities at times, and we're bringing we're working on that agreement now. It's Ms. Anderson and myself have that for review, and that'll come up shortly for you all, but we don't have to pay that out. We're trying to hang on to our money as well for as long as we can and pay that out, making sure there was a milestone that the council had wanted was to make sure that they were actually going to construct the facility, and I believe they are. They're really progressing quite nicely. I expect them to be under construction probably by the first of the year.
Thank you. Just a quick comment, I suppose, on the Lomax Memorial. That's great to see that that's in consideration for future projects, but I am curious. I guess I understand that the grounds maintenance is the county's responsibility currently. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I know that that's just it's very important to a number of our District 2 residents, and I think a sore spot that the grounds are maintained so poorly around the Lomax Memorial. So I think just in conjunction with that project, and even perhaps prior to it, finding a permanent and ongoing solution for upkeep of the grounds would be very meaningful for our residents.
Understood. Thank you.
Could I add on to that? So one year it was a Good Neighbor Day project to plant flowers all around there. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah. So just not the grass, but also the landscaping to keep it nice. It's very disrespectful to the residents.
Yeah.
Not to.
Yeah. I was assigned by you, good neighbor did, with Dr. Pines to clean up the yard. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you. So, Ranker.
Not that I want to open up a hornet's nest here, but I'm a little concerned about the community gardens. So 136. There's $55,000 for Pierce Avenue Community Garden and $50,000 for North College Park Community Garden installations. I am. It has nothing to do with the locations. It just has to do with what I hear, both locally and also kind of nationally, is that folks say they want community gardens, and then it takes up a lot of staff time, and then it doesn't really happen well, and it just kind of is more trouble than it's worth. So I don't know if any, I see Miriam wants, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately that was mislabeled. Pierce Park should not be labeled a community garden. That was an original idea we have, but you're right. We did ask the community, do they have someone who would be interested in maintaining it? We're looking at, a volunteer, and they said no. So we've moved away from that idea, and instead we had some capstone students look at it and garner community input. And instead what it seemed like the community wants is like a gazebo, a place that people can meet. So I'm sorry if I didn't catch that earlier, but it shouldn't say community garden. It should just be Pierce Park. And then in terms of North College Park community garden, so we used to have one at the Hollywood Shopping Center. I'm not sure the name of it. That where the deli is across from Youth and Family Services?
New York Deli, yes.
What's it called?
New York Deli.
Yeah, New York Deli. Okay. That used to have the North College Park Community Garden, but then that community garden closed. So we were tasked with finding a new location. We have not found a new location. And based on what you're saying, maybe that's no longer a want of the City Council. Okay, so I don't know, but
again, that's why I didn't want to open the hornet's nest, but but that's what I think.
But that's why it's in the budget. The budget was to look for a location in North College Park, and then, as I said, Pierce Park. We've already got different plans for it. But I don't know if this is inappropriate for me to ask, but since we were talking about the Lomax Fountain and Pierce Park is right across the street, would people consider moving it over to Pierce Park, or does it need to be at that location?
I wouldn't want to speak for the residents. I would want to find out from them.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on, just to be clear, the North College Park community still wants a garden. I think that what had happened, just for everyone's background, is the fact that the location that was originally sought out didn't necessarily have a good egress for a lot of the different supplies. So we're still pursuing that. Obviously, land acquisition is very difficult and challenging when you're trying to find and identify a new space. But just to speak for the residents, we are very interested.
Thank you. Who next? Mr. Ranker? No?
One comment on the fountain. If that were to be moved, you can triple the cost of that. So just in mind.
There's no water line, right?
Yeah, there's no water line at the Pierce Avenue, but one of the residents did mention putting a fountain there, so thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Oates?
Just a comment on that. I do think it'd be valuable at least to try to engage the county, if we haven't already, to say, hey, this is your responsibility. Why aren't you doing something? And then have us catch the ball if they drop it. But have we sent a letter? Have we made some phone calls, wanting to make sure that we're not just taking responsibility for something that is their responsibility. I think in the future it might be useful to break out the difference between CCTV and speed cameras, because I think those serve different purposes, and it's a little confusing to have them in one bucket. So just as a general matter, on the old parish house, wanted to understand, I know that was in the questions, but was that to just do the flooring in the kitchen or across the whole property?
Mr. Marcelli, can you answer that?
I'm
asking about Old Parish House.
Old Parish House.
I was talking. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Now, the Old Parish House, we've got I think the question was the repairs that we're going to make in there and some of the renovations. We have a floor that needs to be adjusted and a whole new floor put down in the kitchen. And there's some appliances that have been in there for a long time that we're going to update. We're going to do some work in the restrooms, and we estimated somewhere around that number, but hopefully it's under that.
Are you also looking at the flooring in the main room in addition to the kitchen?
We need to look further at that floor, and I know that there had been some discussion on that floor in the past. We had a architectural study done on the whole building, and that was one item that I need to get with planning on that one. But as far as the repairs we're looking at now, that's in the CIP. That floor would be a completely different project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
But we can get back to you
good if
on
you
the
can
floor.
go over and look at it, because from my perspective, it looks a little old. I think I was interested to learn in reading the budget that the city is responsible for maintaining one of the metro underpasses by Calvert Road.
Yeah, we take care of the one that the little tunnel that goes by the post office there, that goes over to the FDA over there. We take care of the lighting in there, just the lighting and general maintenance there. The structure's not ours, but we maintain the lighting in there and the graffiti and whatever.
Yeah,
we find.
I'm sure this is a very small cost, but I know that some of the mirrors and other infrastructure might also need updates or upgrades. So I don't know if that's included in your, it's a small flex, but how much is in your budget?
We'll take a look at it. I know there's also some discussion, WMATA looking at updating the station there, and so.
Yeah, I think when the Purple Line opens, that underpass's utilization is going to increase substantially, because that is one of the easiest ways to get across. Now you still have to cross across the train tracks there, so it's another question working with the CSX or whoever to say what public safety upgrades might be needed, so that we make sure there's not incidents at the train
We'll look
tracks.
at those mirrors and things though now.
And then on, I know Sentinel Swamp was removed from the SIP. Can you guys comment on that?
Yeah, we had taken a trip out there to further look at that. Really wasn't going to be a very viable project. We had differences of opinion, I think, on people who had looked at it. I believe Councilmember Ranker, you went along, and was it Mayor and the Mayor as well. The other thing that we saw there was Metro sent us some plans recently with that showing on a site plan. It's actually our property. They actually quit claimed it to us, but we would have no problem quit claiming it back to them if they were going to be doing some kind of affordable housing type project on their on that site. So we wanted to kind of take that kind of out of the mix. We could utilize those dollars elsewhere in the budget, and we'd carried it for a number of years now, and we could have used it for some other things.
Do you want to say something, Miriam? Because
No, I don't have anything to add. That's correct. Everything the city manager said. That WMATA reached out and said that they're looking at developing, and they'll probably need that for stormwater management. So we could have WMATA pay for the Sentinel Swamp instead of us.
Yeah. So that was the big thing, is there's still an interest to do it, but hey, better if somebody else pays for it.
Correct.
Than we do.
And then I know that some residents in Calvert Hills and Old Town have noted in the past interest in pursuing a dog park somewhere in the area. I don't think that is something that we need in the SIP in order to move forward on construction, but wanted to understand if discussions towards or what initial planning would be needed to even think about that question would be covered in the current budget under current departmental revenues, or is that something that would need to be planned for in order to even have a discussion?
I believe we had originally looked, Miriam might be able to.
Yeah, there was interest expressed, and we talked to Calvert Hills about the dog park, and when we went to their community meeting, they said, oh, we would like it better in Old Town, so then we reached out to Old Town, and then they never contacted us back. So we just interpreted that to mean that there wasn't interest. But if Old Town contacts us, then we'll relook at that.
One of the sites that we had originally looked at was the site in which they currently have the big hole dug in on the park at the as part of the Calvert Hills stormwater project, and we were thinking like that might not be a bad site if they could find something on there, but we have to kind of see how that design ends because they just needed to move that project forward. They didn't need like a dog park design coming up on top of it. So, but I think that is a possibility to do something like that there. There's a few other places we might be able to do a dog park, and but nobody really expressed too much interest in having it in their backyard, so to speak.
Yeah, just wanted to understand what the budget/planning process looks like. And then maybe the biggest question is, I think one of the as we're thinking about infrastructure, I think I know that we have increased revenue right now. I would be interested in seeing how our spending has increased on staff and operations or programs versus how it's increased on infrastructure as the overall city budget has gone up. I want to make sure that we are not underspending on infrastructure needs now, and in some future budget environment in which we're more constrained, then we won't have built the things that we would have wanted. And so I think that's a big picture kind of point, but just I do worry on, do we need to put more money into sidewalks and streets and other things to make sure that we're building out the infrastructure that we'll want to have in 10 years from now. Yeah, that's a comment. And I can bring this up later, but I had asked a question around bike racks. I don't know if that's a SIP-related project or something I should have asked around earlier. I know I got an answer that was related to development projects. I think I was thinking in terms of places that are already developed, but that kind of need more infrastructure. I know that the street program is focused on, I think, bike infrastructure, but in the context of throughput, not where do you stop and park your bike. So I would be interested in understanding or hearing from staff on if we wanted to invest in more bike infrastructure, where would that be, where should that be, and what would staff have. I really liked Mr. Marcelli's comment on you can only deploy things that, or you can only do things based on what the resources and the staff that you have. And so understanding also the capacity to actually do that. Thanks.
We could definitely put something together and bring that back to council for a discussion.
Any further questions on the CIP? Oh, good. Thank you. So, what is next? I know traditionally what we have been doing after we cover all the departmental presentation, question and answers, and also CIP discussion, we discuss from the council level some adjustment to the budget, right? What does the council think? It's now 1:20. We're supposed to be done by 12 o'clock. Do you think we should be having a smaller work session, budget work session, which we did in the past? That's the way. And I know there's a desire to make some adjustments, and probably we can send those requests to Mr. Olive and Mr. Kenny Young, and then they can prepare a worksheet, and then we can go off that list in the next budget work session, a smaller work session. What do you think?
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. However the rest of the body feels. My personal opinion is I think we've talked about a lot of different topics that we might want to see included, and we could just send it via email, no?
Certainly, yeah. Is that should be okay with you all?
Yeah, that's fine with me. And the 14th is the day that the work session was scheduled. That was if needed, so it would be this next Tuesday.
For next Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay.
So when would you need our information by, like Monday at 12? Or that doesn't give you a very lot of time.
We could also talk about it here if you want to. I mean, or another work session. Can we add another work session?
It's all up to you.
So my suggestion would be perhaps if people have things now that they want to surface but not discuss, we can hear what those are. You can also send those by email if you have additional ideas, but that'll better prepare us for Tuesday. So we're not waiting between now and whenever the email comes in and then collating it. So kind of surface what are the things now, but not have kind of back and forth, and then we'll be in a better place to have that discussion in the future.
So you're only suggesting just to give the item and the dollar amounts, that's it, without going into the discussion, otherwise it will...
You can explain it, but not have...
Not to have the straw poll at this meeting.
We've done just straw polls in the past, though. Just because they don't know. We did straw polls in the past, like, yeah, hey, let's add that to the amendment. This happens every year, guys.
What I'm suggesting, maybe we can add the items now, and then we can have a straw poll then at the work session when you have next week. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
If I may make a suggestion, so our senior member who has a lot of years of wisdom, unfortunately, was called away from the meeting for an emergency. I would prefer to have an opportunity to think about things and put them into writing. I don't really want to have that right now, but of course this is just one person speaking. That we would put our suggestions from today's, what we learned today and what we deliberated on today into writing, send them to each other. And, if in the past, we've had additional work sessions on the budget. I would prefer to try to do something different than what we've done in the past, because a lot of times in the past we say, cut here, add here, cut here, add here, and it's very hard to follow, I think, at least for me. So I would prefer if we took a step back, kind of digested what we learned today and what we discussed, and then move forward, possibly Tuesday, but we can always schedule, another time. But of course, that's just my opinion. I defer to the majority. Thank you.
Ms. Simmons?
Just building on what Council or Mayor Pro Tem Mackey was saying, I would be curious from staff if it's even feasible to have the optional work session on Tuesday, understanding that the agenda has already been set and there's going to be no time for staff to meaningfully incorporate any information that we might provide. I'm curious if there would be an opportunity at a future meeting, whether it's one of our quote-unquote work session meetings or just a regular agenda, to put a work session on there.
The only challenge we have per schedule, like I'm saying, April 21st is the day when the budget ordinance will be introduced. In the past, we normally make the draft budget kind of final before the ordinance was introduced, but we could also introduce the ordinance on April 21st and then adjust it later on and have a work session. That's also a possibility.
Well, I'll go after.
Sorry, guys.
From a practical standpoint, if there's going to be discussion, we'd have to have that discussion sometime next week.
Okay.
So if it's not on Tuesday, it would have to be on another date. In order to meet all the requirements that we have to meet when we do the budget for the budget ordinance, getting all the language together, getting all the numbers together before you put the budget ordinance out is kind of a good thing. This is kind of how it works every year. There's just so much, only so much time.
between when we have to actually adopt the ordinance.
I like that. It's cleaner. I think last year we did a little different, which I personally didn't like. Didn't have choice. But I agree with Mr. Young that if it's possible, we make all the adjustments before the budget is introduced, ordinance is introduced on April 21st. How about I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem Mackey, because Councilmember Mitchell is not with us here. How about we all send our wish list items, email to staff, and then have the work session next week? What do you think?
On Tuesday?
Next Tuesday.
So I just want to build off of I understand the recency effect that's happening here, but I want to build off of Councilmember Oates' approach. Why don't we just, because all of us are here, it's a public meeting, we can kind of list off what we're thinking, so it saves us, the 45-minute, here and there phone calls that we're trying to do. At least everyone knows, or has an idea of what everybody wants to do. But I mean, I do recognize everybody else's comments. That's just my suggestion and my proposal.
Okay, let's hear from Councilman Jordan.
Thank you. I agree with the idea of since we're all here, this is an open meeting, then it's helpful. I don't think it would preclude anything for a member not being here. Since we're not discussing it, we're just putting forth, and then that can be done later for either her or any of us that think of them. Okay. My question is for cuts. So is the idea that we produce our we would like a little bit more here, a little bit more there, that kind of thing, and then staff determines where that can come from, or is the expectation that we are to determine where the cuts need to come from?
Well, obviously, if you guys give me more expenses than I have dollars for, then I have to find somewhere to cut. So either way, if the council feels more comfortable about telling me what areas they'd like me to look at in terms of cuts, that's fine. We may not need cuts based on, it just depends on what the additional adds are to the budget.
Okay, Councilman Simmons.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the remaining budget calendar. I see that we have our budget ordinance adoption scheduled for May 19th. Is that the day by which we absolutely need to adopt, or is that day actually June 30th? It's May 31st. What day is it?
It goes into effect on July 1.
Mm-hmm.
And is there
May 31st.
Yeah, it has to be passed by May 31st.
Is that in our charter?
Yes.
Okay.
We do not have another meeting after May 19, between May 19 and 31st? Okay.
No.
So that is the last meeting on May.
In order to meet that May 31st deadline, is April 21st the last day that the budget ordinance could be introduced, or could it be introduced later?
Yes, so we have to introduce it, and then we have to advertise the public hearing and in advance of the public hearing, and then have the public hearing on May 5th. So it is a very tight timeline from here forward.
Yeah.
Is the publishing, is that 14 days in advance?
Yes, I believe that is correct. Yes, she's nodding her head. So yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it looks like there's an interest in adding the items today, right? I'm hearing without going through explanation or having any straw polls today, but only adding them, right? Okay. Is that okay with everyone? We can continue to add over the weekend and Monday as well through emails. That's also fine. Okay. Start from right, Councilman Hernandez.
Oh, I couldn't possibly be ready for this. Okay, so I would say, and I'm gonna add figures, and I don't have the pages here of what I'd like to be considered. Right, that's kind of my idea, is that I'm building out a menu, and then the rest of the council members can come to some sort of consensus on whatever they would like to agree to. I'm hoping that staff can capture all of these and then organize them in a way that can then be presented to us, so that we could make a decision as to whether or not we'll support them. So I'll start off just kind of going down my list here. 14 additional $1,000 for neighbors helping neighbors per their request to go from 35,000 to 49,000 in the budget. Councilmember Ranker, you said it wasn't 12,000 for internships. How much was it?
10,000 each.
No, he had another number. What was the number?
It's 11,000 in the budget, and I was just saying to do twice as many more, so
22,000.
essentially 22,000.
So $22,000 for no, 11,000 additional dollars for internships.
I was saying 22,000 additional.
$22,000 additional for internships. $20,000 to the Youth and Family Services for the 10 for the Hispanic Heritage Group and 10 for the other group. This is in addition to the existing budgets. Sorry.
What was that?
Did you say that one again?
Yes. So in Youth and Family Services, one of the presentations, one of the items was the core consultation programs that they have. I would like the council to consider adding $10,000 to the Hispanic Parent Group budget line item, and then $10,000 to the other groups that are not the Hispanic Parent Groups. I'd like for consideration, now this is where I think I started losing folks, for $60,000 to our communications department to add a Spanish leaflet, not leaflet, but basically like a College Park page that has been translated in Spanish. We'll talk about the capacity another day. $75,000 for employee bonuses to be budgeted out, and that we would later on have to vote if we're in a good financial position to release them. Ooh, here we go. Ready? $250,000 to the economic development sector. So the idea there is to basically help close some of the larger deals that exist across the city to fill some of the critical spaces. Ideally, what I'm thinking about here
is it business attraction, retention?
Yes, it's business attraction, not the facade one. So it's business retention and attraction. And then I think I've heard my colleagues enough to recommend the additional $60,000 to fund the the housing project developer to start at a full year rather than the half year. That was there. They just kept saying it. So
the housing manager.
Yeah, the housing manager.
Make it full year.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's all I got. Oh, and just can I ask for a straw vote on this one, because if no one's interested in it, I'm happy to drop it.
Councilmember Mitchell is not with us. So.
Well, is anybody willing and open to raising the commercial tax rate from 38 to 40? It's too late.
Is it too late?
My understanding was
it would never get passed. You couldn't get the notices and everything else out in the vote and all that by that timeline.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in doing it.
Yeah, who's next? Mr. Ranker, you had something on your list.
No, we all.
Yeah.
Everybody gets to go down the line.
Oh, okay, you collected everything. Oh, that's a good idea.
It's fine. It's fine. Go down the line from there.
No. Mr. Hill.
So I already inquired about my interests of the CCTV budget being increased to support our ongoing efforts. It's going to be a big effort. And the other one was property acquisitions. Again, you stuck money in there, so the more we can put in there, I think we have other projects. The stone, it's going to be a challenging one. So yeah, I think we got to put money there.
Thank you. The ones I have listed are the weekend code enforcement. I don't have specific numbers for these. increasing to Live Plus Work plus homeowner grant and the new neighbor grants. I won't repeat the ones that have gone. I don't know that I'm up for 250 economic development, but economic development is one on my list. The parking study and increasing contract policing. Thank you.
May I ask, Councilmember Hugh, you said CCTV and the other one, please?
Property acquisition.
Property acquisition, thank you.
I have probably just two things, both related to the housing position. I wasn't clear on whether the number listed for that position of 110,000, did that include benefits? Okay. I think we should probably earmark or like benchmark that against other housing manager positions. That's basically at the same level as the community development planner, which is a very junior position, one that I applied for fresh out of grad school about a decade ago. So understanding that this housing manager will be our primary expert in housing on staff, I do think that that warrants a more senior position and a salary commensurate with a more senior position. And with that, I am interested to see in the economic, I'm in the wrong budget. Where'd it go? Economic development budget, the consulting services, which I think I recall 175. Is that right? Oh, it's at once. I would like to see 60,000 of those dollars earmarked for a housing strategy that would be kind of a phase 2 of what our affordable housing task force did, really kind of homing in on the numbers that they provided and then also the recommendations.
That's all I have.
So you're not adding, you're just manipulating.
I think so, yeah. The numbers in that line look highly variable from one year to the next, and briefly speaking with Director Williams, it seemed like that might be feasible. Yes, so just not changing the numbers, just earmarking 60,000 of them specifically for a housing strategy to bring on consultants to further the work that our affordable housing task force did recently.
Councilmember Simmers, can I ask just a clarification point on the position? You were looking for us to look for a more senior position than what we budgeted for. So obviously that'd be more dollars, and that was the direction you were going?
Correct,
okay.
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Some I actually support quite a few of them. I don't have any new one, but I do support things like neighbors helping neighbors and the business retention grant money.
Great. I think one thing, just kind of across the budget, I think there's a lot of line items that seem to have more money allocated than maybe needed in the like $1,000 to $4,000 range. And so I think having staff go through to say, hey, do we actually need, $8,000 for this? Could that be $6,000 given our past spending, our future things? I know that the budget we received didn't have the kind of actual or estimated actuals for this year, but I think that is just looking at, where across the budget are there places. I'm happy to have further discussions on where I might think those are. I know that the Child Care Task Force delivered its report to Council in October. I think it's on staff to come back to us with what needs to happen with regard to that. And I would want to make sure that we're including in the budget anything that we need to in order to deliver on that as a priority. I've already mentioned interest in bike racks and code on Sundays. In kind of this question about, are we spending enough on infrastructure? Should we be putting more into sidewalks or bike paths or other things? In some of the questions, I agree with some of my other council members that the rental fees on some of the city properties seem quite high. So that's more of a revenue issue or policy issue, but rather than an expenditure, but I think has very small impacts on the budget. I'm supportive of looking at a parking study, although I would want that to also be looking at kind of parking lots across the city and how to make it more, how to reduce friction in kind of getting around within College Park. And increases to the New Neighbor Grant, both to deal with inflation and see how to make that more valuable for folks. I asked the question on Old Parish House and already, and then I think overall a priority of mine is how we're focused on civic engagement writ large. I don't have a specific request for an increase on that. I actually think that we're pretty well budgeted in terms of different pockets of money to do civic engagement that are not currently fully spent. But I think thinking about how are we both engaging and working with the community. I know there's some areas that a lot of people live in College Park now and don't have civic associations. So I'll be bringing something in the future to council on how to kind of increase civic participation, civic engagement. But I think we need a little bit more work together before figuring out what that means for the budget. Thanks.
Use the mic.
Thank you for allowing me to speak out my mind. I heard from few councillors also coverage on weekend, and I think it could be like Sunday coverage, and it could be related to parking. It could also be related to codes. So I just want to make sure that we are specific enough to include what the council is saying in the specificity of it. Thank you.
For mine, I was including the proactive approach we were talking about with the aftermath of parties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco.
No, I was also thinking community engagement, some increased funds to do some outreach by door knocking, et cetera. So 25,000 for that, and I want a triumphal arch. That was a joke.
I guess I'm last, so one of the things that was brought up is that we have the amplified tutoring at Hollywood Elementary, but could we investigate whether it's feasible to include another school, whichever is our elementary school that has the most College Park residents, which that would, I know Ms. Barber has all that information, so that's one of mine. And I agree with many of the ones that my colleague said, not all of them. My colleague was talking about increasing communication for the Spanish language, and one of my passions has been to teach people English in the city. I haven't pursued that because of the climate we have now, but if anybody thinks that's an idea that that we could maybe work with CP Cup on, or we wouldn't necessarily have to do it right this minute, but that was one of my ideas. I'm very interested in acquiring the South Farm, if that's at all possible. That abuts a lot of our College Park residents, abuts District 1, abuts District 4. So I would want to do that. I am very supportive of studying rentals versus owner-occupied and seeing, I think my colleague put something in, but I think that we should make sure we have the money to really study that issue. Let's see. Okay, so one of the things that I support also is making sure we support what Ms. Bader said about zero tragedies, zero killing, whatever that's called.
Yeah, it's called Vision Zero.
Vision Zero, because I think that also ties in with our safety issues that we want to make sure that, you know, we want to do this walk with the dock, but in a lot of our neighborhoods we don't have a place for people to walk. So I think that that's very a concern that I have. One of the things that I wasn't sure of, and Miss Teresa could help me with this, is do we have maternity and paternity leave in the city?
We use FMLA.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
And then paid leave is coming.
Okay. And then my last thing was to possibly analyze how we can better utilize credit cards for different things in the city, whether we need to reevaluate or whether we need to charge more or what. It seems like something that a budget item, so that we might look at. I think that's all for me. I'll contact my colleague and ask her to send an email to you all. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Mitchell she texted, or I talked to her before she left. She had asked to make sure that the senior tax credit was like fully funded for whatever the raise was.
The $200.
Yeah, for the $200.
Nobody cut that, so I thought.
Yeah. She said, I'm just gonna tell you what she said, and then I will tell you my interpretation of it. But $10,000 in like tuition assistance for Monarch Preschool. I think she meant like all childcare, but I don't know. This is what she said. I promise. And just while I have the mic, Rhode Island, a study for Rhode Island service road for the. I don't know how much it costs. You got to tell me. You got to tell us, Steve. So, yeah, but just $40,000 for a traffic study, a holistic traffic study that extends from Edgewood down to is it Maryland 193? Yeah, she just gave me two things.
Okay.
She could just give me two things.
Okay, and I would greatly appreciate if we could have. I don't think I got everything down. If we could have this list whenever you guys have time, so that we can think about it. I don't think I got everything written down. Thank you so much.
And how much contingency or whatever you call it, surplus we can play with? Then at 200, 250, how much is that? It's not much, actually.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Simmons has had her hand up.
I had to look because it changed after the other ones. $124,798.
Allow me to ask a different question. How much do we have in fund balance? Okay. How much do we need to have in fund balance? What's our target goal?
Bond raters say, even though our policy is 25%, that we need to stay around 35%.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you.
And did you get a chance to add all the numbers?
No, I did not. I was too busy trying to write them down.
Could be $500,000 maybe.
At least.
You have additional? Okay.
Just briefly, I know I heard a number of my colleagues talk about additional code enforcement on Sunday, but I also heard our directors say that that's not necessarily needed. To me, issuing a notice of violation on a Sunday versus a Monday is very limited return on investments, I would imagine. So that's a conversation that I would be interested to continue having and learn a little bit more about before we make a decision there.
All right. So if there isn't any, staff will be working on this worksheet and probably will be sending that over the weekend. Don't work during the weekend. Maybe on Monday. Yeah, please.
By 6 o'clock tonight, right?
Been working too hard. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anything final, Mr. Young?
No, just thank you all for your input and
putting Shannon to work. Finally, finance gets to work during this time of year, and instead of slacking off downstairs. But thank you all, and thank the residents for all your participation in this process. And we'll bring this back to you as soon as we're ready.
Next Tuesday night. Okay.
Also, I have these that are printed out if you want copies. There's several copies over here if you want to pick some up if you wanted to take them for any reason.
Motion adjourned? Oh, no, just kidding.
Hold on. There's a.
May
Go
I
ahead.
ask the body a question? Should we remove some of the items for the agenda on Tuesday especially for staff's sake, so that they could, or does staff have a?
They have ADU, then the public safety study, and also there's another item I saw. Which one?
Committee.
But my reason for this is, is there a necessity in a time crunch for those?
This needs to happen.
This needs to happen, exactly. And so would that be helpful to staff? Does the body agree?
The only one I can think of is maybe the committee one. The rest of them have been really important to council for us to at least bring forward for a discussion. So.
Well, wouldn't we have to do this during the meeting since the residents already have the agenda, though? Like where we're like, hey, I don't know parliamentary stuff, but like you remove an item and then we add what we want.
You're going to have to add an item, I think.
We have to amend the agenda in the
You would
beginning.
just amend the agenda at the work session to remove whatever item and then add a discussion item on the budget. But yes, it's already been noticed to the community, so that process needs to take place at the meeting.
All right. So staff recommendation is to take out the committee one. Nice.
We'll do it in the meeting.
The Bike Ped Committee, discussion with the Bike Ped Committee regarding their annual report.
That is the first one.
That is correct. Then we have the Public Safety Assessment and Police Study Services, Police Services Study, and then AUDs. And then we also have 4 cities, but I believe that would, ADUs, excuse me.
We have our planning director here. What is she thinking? And our director of public services. So.
Can I have ADU a later time? Okay. So Mr. Ranker is fine. Can you have ADU in another, or you must have it next week?
Yeah, the reason why I put the ADU here is because it's a discussion meeting.
I was going to say.
So otherwise we need to wait a month, but I mean.
Yeah, I mean, the ADU one is that the county is not going to do stuff for a little bit. So, I mean, I don't know, Miriam, we could just talk about that one. You have the memo, so you understand it. So we could post them.
Yeah, we could probably put it in May.
Put it in May. Yeah, but you want the input of the county. That's the issue.
I might just propose, given that we do have the meeting on Tuesday, we can amend the meeting for Tuesday on Tuesday.
Correct.
And have some of this discussion and then figure out how we want to amend our agenda if we want to amend it, rather than doing 20 minutes here.
My reasoning was, what can we take off of people's week there? But that doesn't matter.
They've already they're done with it. There's no staff application.
It'll be Monday questions.
Okay, so we're at this point we're keeping everything, but if there's a desire, we can always adjust it. We need to make one amendment to add this one item anyway. Thank you all. Thank you for your hard work, and have a rest of the nice weekend.
Motion adjourned?
I don't think I need a motion. It's a work session.
From a legal perspective?
Yeah, I would do a motion, please.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? No abstention? We are adjourned.